So again, just getting started this morning on day 3 of competition. We've got plenty coming up today, as I was alluding to when we had the screen graphic up before. Lots of big names coming up today, along with the riders that have advanced. We have a few guys that have made it through round 1 and round 2, as well as the riders we saw making their debut in round 2 yesterday. There you can see round 3 out in the water right now, Arica down and company. Coming up next, we're going to see the 2010 world champion, runner-up last year to the world title, Amaury Laverne. Meanwhile, out in the water, Kiahi Parker on the right-hander, driving down the line, decides to duck out as that was about to section off on him. So quick up and down wave for Kiahi. He's got a couple of waves under his belt. Still looking for something with a little more substance to build upon during the course of this heat. Again, 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves will be scored. Non-elimination heats. So the first place winner will skip a round and go to round 5. Meanwhile, second, third, and fourth will battle it out again in round 4. So Alan Munoz also coming up in that next heat, one of the Chilean favorites. And up and riding in red, Arica down, finds a little in and out barrel. Big invert off that end section, but lands off the back. So Ori going for it. One of the great things about here at El Gringo, even when the waves are a little smaller, there's definitely some ramps to play with, and Arica down taking to the air on that one. Unfortunately, the timing was a little off, landed off the back. He will paddle back out and try and dial that in a little bit better on the next attempt. All right, and again, thank you to everybody tuning in. Lucas Flory helping us get things tuned in for the webcast. Shane Lono in Hawaii tuning in once again. Shane burning the midnight candle, so to speak. It's probably, what, around 12:30 in the evening in Hawaii right now. So thanks, Shane, for tuning in. Again, for all of you at home watching online, be sure to tune in to stay tuned to Facebook. Hit us up on apbtour.com, APB Tour on Facebook, as well as Arica Chilean Challenge. And I'll try and get to your posts, your shout outs, and whatnot as best as possible throughout the course of the day today. Meanwhile, out in the water, score filling in a 5.50 for Arica down. Again, he had a nice little barrel ride on the right. So Ori with the early lead, the first substantial score, a nice mid-range 5.50 to put him in the early lead. He is followed by Kiahi Parker, who has a couple of waves to his name. Still looking for something a little bigger score-wise. Meanwhile, Elton Lavero and Matias Diaz still looking to get on the board with this first waves of the heat. And a little bit of a lull out in the water right now. I'd like to take this opportunity to give a quick shout out to my friends and family back home in New Jersey. Rob and Norma, Aaron and LeClaire, also Emmett and Pixie. A lot of my friends getting married this summer. Emmett and Pixie getting ready to get married. Aaron and Ian just got married recently, and coming up in September, my friends Scott and Bethany will be getting married. So quick shout out, some love to them, as well as all my friends back home at Jenks and Manasquan Inlet in New Jersey. Meanwhile, here at El Gringo, up and riding in white, Elton Lavero on his first wave. Punches through the lip, going for an air roll spin, and unable to come out ahead of the whitewater. So that will get Elton Lavero on the board, but it will be scored as an incomplete maneuver. So now we're just waiting to see Matias Diaz get on the board. Once again, I'd like to welcome everybody tuning in from around the world for live webcast coverage of Day 3 of competition here at the 2014 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. My name is Steve Action Jackson. I'm in the booth with you for the day. And out in the water, already underway, we have in the water Ori Valadown, Elton Loureiro, Matias Diaz, and Kiahi Parker on deck. Marie Laverne. The Chilean Alan Munoz, along with Canary Islander Aaron Cabrera and Chilean Sebastian Sieti, who has worked his way through the first 2 rounds to make it here to the non-elimination round. So he can do no worse than round 4. Meanwhile, up and riding in yellow, Matias Diaz on this nice little right-hander pulls in. And there you see him pop up behind the back of the wave. Matias Diaz with his second wave, looking to start putting together some rides here. He currently sits in that 4th spot. We have about 12.5 minutes remaining in this heat. And here's a quick look at that last wave for Matias Diaz. Nice right-hander, clean open face, pulls in, the barrel opens up, nice roll, and then just kind of gets caught up in the whitewater. Meanwhile, back to live action out in the water, up and riding in red. Ori Valadown drives down the line, punches a nice roll, extends the arms, loops it around, and that will be the backup score at least for Ori Valadown, if not a new primary score. So Ori Valadown building some momentum, trying to put it together out in the water. And yes, a 7.17 for that effort. Ori Valadown retakes the lead over Kiahi Parker. Meanwhile, Matias Diaz moves into 3rd. He scored a 2.60 on his last wave. Right now, he's chasing down a 6.41. Meanwhile, this man, Elton Loureiro, currently in 4th, looking to work his way up the scoreboard. Goes for the roll, but unable to complete the maneuver. Elton Loureiro on his second wave, still trying to get dialed in this morning. Going into that wave, he needed a 7.18. He'll get a 1.93 for his effort, so he still has some minimal scores on his score sheet, but it's enough to move him into 3rd position currently. Elton Loureiro and Matias Diaz both still trying to get things online this morning. Meanwhile, Ori Valadown and Kiahi Parker creating a little bit of separation. Ori with a 7.17 and a 5.50 now has a 12.67 combined heat score to lead. And Kiahi Parker sitting in 2nd. He has that 6.33 on his last ride. Now he's just looking to replace the 2.67 to solidify his position out in the water right now. Again, there you can see the screen graphic coming up next. We got a full slate of action here today. Round 3, non-elimination round. Again, quick rundown for everybody at home. Non-elimination round, the winner skips around, goes straight to round 5. Meanwhile, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th will battle out again in round 4. We're going to run through all of round 3 today, and then we'll see how the forecast goes. It seems like the swell is supposed to drop and get kind of small the next couple of days, but then it's supposed to pick back up, and we should be able to resume competition. So again, stay tuned for scheduling updates. Meanwhile, out in the water, Kiahi Parker, nice air roll spin on that one, and then kicks out before washing up on the reef. So that should be that 2nd score Kiahi Parker was looking to register. He currently sits in 2nd, looking to replace a 2.67 as a backup score. Here's a look at Kiahi on that last wave. Drops down, projects up. It was actually a nice flip. I apologize, I referred to that as an ARS. I keep doing that, bad habit. These days, the differentiation between an air roll spin and a flip can be very minute. There are times where the backflip is very emphasized and there's no mistaking it. The same can be said about the air roll spin. If the rotation is tight and quick and completed before landing, there's no mistaking an air roll spin. But there's a lot of in-between with both maneuvers, and sometimes even the best of professionals, let alone me here in the booth, will mix the two up and mistakenly call one instead of the other initially. Meanwhile, putting together a nice little combination on that wave, Matias Diaz finally dialing into a wave that should give him a score he'll be happy with. This should get him back into the mix of things here in this heat with about 8 minutes remaining. So a 4.50 for Matias Diaz. That moves him up to the third spot. But right now he's looking for an 8.18. Meanwhile, on that last wave for Kiahi Parker, a 7.50. That's enough to move Kiahi ahead of Ori Valadown and into that top spot. So right now, situation change out in the water. Kiahi Parker to first. Ori Valadown to second. Meanwhile, Matias Diaz moves into the third spot, but looking for an 8.18 to get back into the mix. Meanwhile, Elton Loureiro sitting in the fourth spot. He's currently in combination situation. Whoa! Big flip from Ori Valadown on that right-hander. So Ori doing some work, the former world champion. He's already sitting on a 7.17 and 5.50. Gonna love to see what this score comes in at. The 2008 world champion busting loose on that one. A nice big flip. Meanwhile, Elton Loureiro looking to work his way back into things. Big looping air roll. Kicks out the fins, comes down, lands, combos it with another roll, and then he will kick out. There's something more to Elton Loureiro's liking. And it looks like I'm going to get some guest commentary in here. We're going to get things mic'd up and going. And joining me for a little guest commentating this morning, I've got Tanner McDaniel in the water with me. Meanwhile, out in the water, Elton Loureiro, the replay of that last wave, the big air roll, combos it with another roll on the inside, and an 8.83 from Elton Loureiro. That's going to take him out of combination situation, move him into the third spot. Now he only needs a 5.01, a mid-range score, much more manageable. So Elton finally dialing in. And good morning, Tanner. Welcome to the booth.
Hey, how's it going?
Not too bad. How are you enjoying your trip to Arica so far?
Yeah, I'm loving it. It's a lot of fun. Surf's really good, so it's really fun.
Now, this is your first trip to Chile, correct?
Yeah, this is my first time in Chile.
So what was it like your first session out here at El Gringo?
Cold and a bit scary.
Cold and a bit scary? Nice.
Yeah, it's a pretty heavy wave. It's really shallow and just a lot of power behind it. It's cold and it's nothing like I've surfed before.
I know your fellow Hawaiian Kiahi Parker, when he first got here, was talking about how cold it was.
Yeah.
It's got to be a bit of an adjustment going from the warm waters of Hawaii to riding colder waters and having that extra weight with the wetsuit.
Yeah, totally. It's totally different factor into surfing and just being in the water.
So you're coming up later in the morning, correct? Let's see, just taking a look ahead.
I'm in heat 6, I believe.
You're in heat 6. You're actually going up against your boss, Mr. Mike Stewart.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it should be pretty fun. It's gonna be an experience. This is me and his first heat together, so we'll see how it goes.
Now, off the top of your head, do you know how many times you've gone up against Mike?
0. This is the first time.
0. This is the first time.
Yeah.
So, a battle of the generations, boss man against the employee. I like it. So this will be interesting to watch.
Yeah, it'll be an experience for sure.
Now, when you go up against, former world champions, like Mike being 9-time world champ or anyone else in competition, does it make you nervous at all, or do you just go out there like it's another heat, you just focus on taking care of business?
Sometimes it starts to, but then I kind of think, okay, well, I just got to kind of think of it as they're just another person I got to beat to get through. So.
Gotcha. All right. So just to give everybody a quick rundown of the situation out in the water, Orivala down currently in the lead with an 8.10 and a 7.17. He's followed by Kiahi Parker from Hawaii. He has a 7.50 and a 6.33. Those two hold the lead. Now on the secondary score for Kiahi, the 6.33, we saw him put together a nice little spin to roll combo. He washed up onto the rocks. Have you had any encounters with the rocks out there bouncing off the bottom?
I haven't hit the reef out here yet, luckily, but I've had a few kind of moments where I was like kind of worried for my safety for a second there.
Now, how is it maneuvering in and out of the keyhole? Have you had any issues with that? How intimidating is it down there?
It's kind of intimidating. The first few sessions I had it here, I was really intimidated by it. Like, I just didn't want to go in through it, and ended up going straight one time, just straight on the rocks, just because I thought it would be better. It wasn't really. And yeah, it was just, once you kind of figure it out, it's not so bad. It looks a lot more intimidating than it really is. So, I don't know.
All right, real quick, some shout-outs. We've got Juan Santos tuning in again today, coming to us from Portugal. Meanwhile, up and riding out in the water, Elton Lavero. Nice invert on that little left-hander.
Oh, that was coming in front of the rocks.
Comes up right on the rocks. And I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of that today.
Yeah, for sure.
Down, taking a look at that right, decides to kick out, or the current heat leader.
I think there's a paddle battle going out on the right now. The whole heat, you got to be going hard the whole time. You got to just, as soon as you catch a wave, just get back out there as fast as you can.
So, taking a look, some more shout-outs coming in. Thanks again to Juan Santos, always supporting the sport of bodyboarding. And leaving us a little comment, some serious action coming up. Definitely no shortage of big names coming up later today on deck. In just a moment or so, counting down the final seconds of this heat. And look at this, situation change out in the water as we're counting down the final minute of the heat. Elton Lavero with a 6.50 in his last heat. Jumps up into the top spot. Elton was in combination situation not too long ago. And on his last two waves, he's gone from combination situation to the lead. He's ahead of Orivala down. That bumps Kiahi Parker down to third. Now Kiahi needing a 7.78. Matias Diaz now in that dreaded combination situation. Matias up and riding on the right-hander. See if he gets anything to work with. He needs two new scores. It's not going down without a fight.
Oh,
nice air reverse. Wow.
Last second.
So that was his best wave in the heat. Unfortunately, he was in combination situation. So he still would have needed another wave. But Matias Diaz not going quietly. That was a nice, solid way to end that heat. But again, situation changed towards the end there. Elton Lavero dropping a 6.5 to go with his 8.83 to work out of combination situation and move all the way up to the top. So it'll be Elton Lavero skipping around and moving on to round 5. Meanwhile, Orivala down, Kiahi Parker, and Matias Diaz. We'll see them again in round 4.
Yep.
So, got a little hectic there towards the end.
Yeah, a bit of action. It was hard to keep track of what was going on.
So, I'm pretty sure we will see a lot of that all day today. Meanwhile, getting ready to go to work, waiting for the starting horn. Coming up out in the water, we're going to see Amory Laverne in red, Alan Munoz in white, Aaron Cabrera in yellow, and Sebastian Sietti in the black jersey. Again, I'm Steve Action Jackson. In the booth with me, the commentator in the guest seat, Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii. So you had a pretty solid heat yesterday. It looked like you just jumped out to a lead in the beginning of your heat, never really looked back. You had some solid waves. You built momentum throughout the course, and you basically cruised to the win yesterday.
Yeah, I was pretty stoked that it turned out like that. First heat in Chile, I kind of wanted to have it go well, so I was glad that it went that way. It was I got a decent wave right at the start, and then kind of just kept getting decent ones. So I don't know, maybe lucked into them. I don't know.
I know you had one left where you had a barrel and you rolled out, and it was very reminiscent of your boss, Mike Stewart, demonstrating some of his style. Meanwhile, on one of your previous waves, he was in the booth commentating with me. He mentioned that he's learning stuff from you. So tell us a little bit about what it's like learning from Mike and, traveling with him. What are you learning from Mike that's helping you to progress as a rider?
Yeah, well, he's just kind of sharing as much knowledge as he can with me about all of the things he knows about, pretty much. I mean, like, he has so much knowledge on just everything. It's super. I don't even know how to explain. Like, he just gives me so much. Kind of. I wouldn't be able to know as much as I've learned from travel and stuff if I wasn't traveling with him. Like, I would still be learning, but not to the extent that I am with him. Like, just wave riding and just traveling and a lot of things in general, he's just helped me out a lot with.
Now, speaking of learning experiences, what's it been like for you coming here to Chile and having people interview you and asking for photographs and autographs? I know at the press conference the other day you kind of got swarmed a little bit by a whole bunch of bodyboard fans. How is it learning to deal with that?
It's honestly, it's not really like something you have to deal with. You kind of just. It's fun.
Does it take any kind of adjustment to get used to, or?
At first, kind of, I guess, but I mean, honestly, I don't mind it.
I noticed you've been taking it all in stride, which, if you don't mind me saying, for someone your age, it seems very impressive that you can, handle the pressure and the attention that comes with traveling and being in the spotlight a little bit, I guess you could say.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It's nothing really. Sometimes I feel a little bit of pressure, but I just kind of choose to look past it and just surf.
One thing I notice about you, and I also pick up from conversations with Mike and your parents, is you're actually a pretty humble kid. I mean,
I guess.
Well, it's good to stay humble, so. I appreciate when you take things in stride. It's actually pretty cool to watch the progression both out in the water and on land when you're in a crowd.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, let me ask you this. Well, what's it like cruising around with guys like Ben Player and some of the top names on the World Tour? I've noticed those guys seem to be kind of bringing you into the pack a little bit. You've been able to cruise around with them in Brazil and now here in Chile. What's that like, being able to cruise around with those guys? Yeah,
well, it's pretty humbling, like just hanging out with the top 24 guys, the world champions, and just like the guys who I look up to for my bodyboarding and just everything in general. It's really just a humbling thing to. It's just a really humbling thing for me. Like, they're the guys that I kind of, when I started bodyboarding, I looked up to and wanted to ride and be like them. So it's kind of cool to hang out with them and stuff. So, oh, is this the first wave of the heat? Yeah. Is that Red Amory?
On the riding. Red Amory Laverne, the 2010 world champion. He was a finalist here. Let me just dig through my notes. He was a finalist here in 2010 as well, the year he won his world title. He's out in the water right now. And that was Amory Laverne getting things started on that wave. Again, out in the water right now, Amory Laverne in red, Alan Munoz in white, Adam Cabrera in yellow, and Sebastian Sietti in the blue jersey. We're still here in the early stages of the second heat of the morning, round 3 of competition, non-elimination rounds today. 25-minute heats. The top 2 waves will be scored. And again, with the non-elimination round, the winner gets to take a break and skip right to round 5, whereas second, third, and fourth will have to battle it out once again in round 4. So you've been getting used to the non-elimination format. Is there any major importance with being able to skip that heat and take that break?
Yeah, fully. Like, that round 4 heat, if you don't make it, you get knocked out. So skipping that's a massive thing. You don't have to serve a heat. You can save your energy for your next heat. So it's pretty crucial, I think.
All right, and just taking a quick look at the posts on APB Tour on Facebook. Got Jordy Tarrant tuning in. Whoa, nice air roll spin there from Sebastian Sietti. Again, Sietti advancing through rounds 1 and 2 of competition to make it here to the non-elimination round. He's been looking pretty solid, so the Chilean getting down to business out in the water, that'll be a solid score to start off his morning. Meanwhile, Amaury Laverne, not a lot to work with on his first wave, a 1.83. That will pretty much, I think it's safe to say, be a throwaway score before all is said and done with Amaury.
At the end of this heat, I'd say that'll be one that he doesn't even think about.
I know during his free surfs here a few days ago, I was watching him out in the water, and he's just blasting these huge air reverses off of the rights. We'll see if he gets any of those sections to work with today. Some nice bowly sections out there, it looks like. And here, speaking of the devil, Amaury Laverne up and riding, pulls into a nice barrel, comes out, big air roll spin, and he comes out. That's going to be a solid score.
Notice how he pulled out directly in front of that dry reef. It's, I don't know, it's
now you got a little free surf out there this morning.
Yeah.
How's it working out there today so far, condition-wise?
It's kind of slow. You can see with this heat, there's not much waves coming in, and it's kind of right on the reef, so it's pretty hectic, but it's not too big, so it's, if it was, yeah, it's, I don't know, it's, sorry, I kind of just faded out there, spacing out.
It's all right. Listening to the beach announcer call out the scores and falling in on the scoreboard, an 8.27 for Amaury Laverne. So, again, a solid wave there for the former world champion, a former finalist also here at the Arica Chilean Challenge.
Yeah, like you said, that 1.83 of his first wave is just going to not even matter, really.
Yeah, so now he's just looking to replace that 1.83 as a secondary score. Amaury with the lead.
And there's Yellow getting a nice barrel.
Cabrera up and riding.
Yeah, you can kind of see that keyhole that people jump out from right on this right corner of that on the screen, so you can kind of get a good idea of how close to the reef it is.
Yeah, it seems like with the smaller waves, the reef and the keyhole come up on you pretty quick out there.
Yeah, it's a lot closer when it's smaller like this. Which kind of makes it gnarlier in a sense, but at the same time, it's not a 10-foot wave. So
I know a lot of guys like Amaury and Ben Player have been talking about how it's almost safer out there when the waves are bigger because it breaks further out.
Yeah, that's one theory, I guess.
And
White up and riding.
White. Alan Munoz, nice barrel, gets spit out, throws into the reverse, combos it with another reverse, and he'll kick out. So Alan Munoz, one of the local favorites here, getting on the board with his first wave. Nice barrel on that one.
Yeah.
It's nice to see those little barrels spitting people out today.
Yeah, those are nice.
I know the last couple days we've seen that snowball just kind of charging out in front of the barrel.
Yeah.
And some people just getting eaten up by that. And also with the way the barrel was breaking, sometimes it's been wide open and sometimes it's been real tight, high and tight. So it's been some tricky maneuvering out there. A little more open today on the smaller waves.
Yeah, it's a hard wave to ride, even when it's any size. Right now it's a bit easier than when it's bigger because it's smaller. I don't know. I don't really have too much experience on the wave yet to decipher every little difference in the waves, but
so right now just waiting for scores to fill in for Alan Munoz At the moment, Amaury Laverne with an 8.27, looking to replace a 1.83 for his secondary score, holds the lead. Alan Munoz moving to second on his first wave, scores a 7.17. And so those two jumping up in front. Meanwhile, Sebastian Sietti in third with a 6.17, looking for a backup score. Meanwhile, the Canary Islander, Adam Cabrera, with a 4.83 on his first effort, looking for a secondary score as well. Just under 17 minutes remaining in this heat. Again, non-elimination round. Winner goes to round 5. Second, third, and fourth will battle it out for a chance to advance on in round 4. So that's the situation. Again, welcome to day 3 of competition, round 3 out in the water today here at the 2014 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. In the booth with me right now, I've got the young Hawaiian. I always call you the Super Grom. Does that get annoying after a while?
No, it's fine. I don't mind it.
So, Tanner McDaniel joining me here in the booth. So, I'm sure you get Super Grom and all kinds of little titles. The young Hawaiian, the Super Grom.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all.
I guess it kind of goes with the territory these days.
I guess, yeah.
So, yeah, I guess you'll just have to deal with being called the Grom until you turn 18.
Yeah. And even then, maybe I'll still be called the Grom.
When you turn 18, I'll be sure to just refer to you as a young Hawaiian or the something to that effect. We can drop the Grom tag at 18.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Dropping into that one out in the water, Alan Munoz looking to do a little work on that right-hander, but not a whole lot lining up for him. He'll kick out and paddle back to the lineup. All right, so again, 15 minutes remaining in this heat right now. It's Amaury Laverne sitting in the lead on the strength of an 8.27. Still looking for a replacement for that 1.83. And he's followed by Alan Munoz with a 7.17. He's looking to replace a 1.43 on his scorecard. And Sebastian Sietti opened up with a 6.17. Still looking for a secondary score. And here we see Alan Munoz staying busy, taking off on yet another wave. So he's had the last 2 waves to himself. Not a whole lot to work with, but in that second position looking to build some momentum. So I think we have Craig Hatton ready to step into the booth and give us the lowdown on the tech side of things. And we're going to let Tanner cruise out. Before you cruise out, is there anybody you'd like to say hello, good morning to, your friends, family, sponsors?
Yeah, I'm sure my mom and dad are up back home watching right now, so say hi to them. My friends back in Australia are probably watching right now too. Everyone back in Hawaii, hello. Yeah, anyone watching is supporting me. Thanks for the support.
All right, thanks for cruising in the booth, Tanner, and hopefully we'll get you back in here a little later during the contest.
Hopefully. See ya.
All right, so that was Tanner McDaniel, and in just a moment we should have Craig Hatton cruising in. Craig, a busy man, running all over the place. And
how's this going?
Here we have it, the man himself, Craig Hatton, stepping in. Good morning, Craig.
Hey, Steve. Does it sound all right? I can't.
Yeah. Thanks for joining me here in the booth. We've had some pretty interesting competition so far. We've seen some big scores out in the water, which is, of course, typical to El Gringo. But something I wanted to ask you about with yesterday. Yesterday, towards the end of Heat 7, Round 2, we saw an interference called. It was actually kind of a bizarre scenario. We had the second-place rider get called for priority interference in the closing seconds of the heat. He ended up knocking himself out of that advancing position. Explain the technicalities of what went on yesterday with that.
Yes, Steve, that was one of the most peculiar situations I'd seen in any time for a heat. We had he was a Chile guy, a young Chile guy. I can only assume that he wasn't aware of the priority rules or the situation, because he had that heat sewn up, and really in the end there was no reason for Johan to progress. It was like right on the bell. We saw Johan hold priority. He was clearly in first priority, and he paddled onto the wave, which was his right, and right behind him we see the competitor in white, who probably should have just let the wave go. I think Johan needed a 5.4 to progress through the heat, and because of the circumstances and the paddling interference, white gets the call against him, turns the heat for no particular reason. So wow, that was like a get out of jail free card for Johan right there.
And just to clarify, the situation we're talking about was between Joshua Toledo from Chile and Reunion Islander Johan Florentine, the former World Tour Rookie of the Year. And the priority interference was called against Toledo, which effectively eliminated him from competition. And up and riding on that wave, Sebastian Sietti. Again, we've seen Sebastian work his way through the first couple of rounds to make his way here to the non-elimination round. So regardless of what happens in this heat, the worst he can do is round 4 of this event. He's looked pretty impressive so far. He's already got a 6.17 and a 6.0 to put him in the lead, with Alan Munoz sitting in second on the strength of a 7.17 and a 4.93. Meanwhile, Amaury Laverne with an 8.27, still looking to replace that 1.83. He sits in third. Meanwhile, Adam Cabrera with the 4.83, still waiting to get his second wave under his belt.
Yeah, there we see Tamiga getting ready for the next heat. I guess it's a good opportunity for me, Steve, to talk about what we're looking for today in the panel. You know, next door, we saw some really nice heat scores in that first heat today. As we see, there's Alan Munoz there, ARSing on that wave. But it really set a good scale. As judges, what we like to do is get in there early. We get down to the contest early, and we watch a lot of the free surf. And we were lucky enough this morning to see, you know, Mike and Pierre and those guys free surfing out there early. And that really sets the standard. So, you know, we don't come in blind on the first heat. You know, we know what's available.
Yeah.
Then we see that first heat. Those guys really stepped up. There was some really good scores from Yuri. Kia, he was leading for a little bit in that heat. And then right at the end, I think Hellerton got the best score in the heat.
Yeah, Hellerton started out a little slow in that last heat, but then really nailed it down. Meanwhile, up and riding, Amaury Laverne getting another wave under his belt. We'll see if this helps the situation. He only needed a minimal score of a 3.84 to move out of that third spot. So still looking for something solid to pair with that 8.27 out in the water. Meanwhile, up and riding, Sebastian Sietti tweaks it out. Nice little invert on that left-hander. A one maneuver wave, quick invert for Sebastian Sietti. He's already got a 6.17 and a 6.0. So we'll just wait for that to fall in.
Yeah, I think that Amaury's third wave there is going to be a good one. It was a pretty clean ARS. Scores coming through now.
Here's a look at that last wave from Sebastian Sietti. We'll see if we can maybe pull up a replay of Amaury's last wave. He scored an 8.0 on that last wave. So Amaury with an 8.27 and 8.0 moves to the top spot. Now has a combined heat score of a 16.27. A couple of really solid scores there for the former world champion.
Yeah, he's very polished. You wouldn't expect anything else, really. I think the other key thing in conditions like this today, Steve, will be the priority and how they really handle it. I mean, it's going to play a big role in who takes the waves today. With the 4-man priority system that we developed a couple of years ago, it really cuts out the paddle hassle, and it allows anyone to drive into the wave from any position that they want, whether they're really deep or right on the shoulder. They've got the choice. And if the guys play it smart, you'll see some of these guys hold on to priority for most of the heat towards the end. But because it is so small, anytime you paddle for a wave, you lose priority. So they've got to be pretty smart on it too. And I think today the conditions will really allow for a lot of priority work, I guess.
Yeah, it would seem that with the smaller conditions today, priority would come into play a little bit more. Right now, out in the water, a quick rundown of the situation coming down to the 7-minute mark remaining in this heat. Situation out in the water, Amaury Laverne in the lead with a combined heat score of 16.27. He is followed by Alan Munoz with a 14.37 combined score. Sebastian Sieti in the third spot with a combined heat score of 12.40. Meanwhile, Aram Cabrera with a combined heat score of 6.93, still has some work to do. And here, Aram Cabrera up and riding. He gets caught up in that little left-hand barrel, couldn't find the exit. So he'll paddle back out and look to build on what he currently has. Meanwhile, up and riding, Sebastian Sieti. Sebastian pulling into the barrel there. Looked like he was going to make it out, and then it just kind of clipped him there at the end. And no daylight for Sebastian on that one. Yeah. That will not play into his overall combined score. Again, he's sitting on a 6.17 and a 6.23 right now. He's on the hunt for an 8.15 at the moment. But again, with non-elimination, second, third, and fourth will go on to round 4. The heat winner skips around and goes straight to round 5.
Yeah, there's a big bonus in winning this round, that's for sure. So you want to see the guys really go for it. You know, that's the encouragement of a non-elimination round, is that there's a chain of thought that the move should be bigger in this round, you know, with nothing to really lose and everything to gain. You can see some really big scores thrown out from big moves, so... You know, we've seen that already. You know, in both the heats, we're already getting scores well over 8, so they're in the excellent range already.
Yeah, so far this morning, no shortage of big attempts. Meanwhile, up and riding on this wave, Aram Cabrera with this third wave. Nice little barrel, comes out, throws into the reverse, and he will kick out. So that will be a pretty decent score for Aram. That should definitely help his situation. Again, right now sitting on a 4.83 and a 2.10. So that wave there should easily replace that 2.10 as a secondary score. We'll see if it comes into play as a new primary for him.
With 5 minutes to go now?
Yeah, we're just under 5 minutes remaining. And again, Amaury Laverne pretty much dominating this heat. An 8.27 and an 8.0. And here's Amaury dropping in to the left. Nice flip there from Amaury coming out of the barrel. So Amaury looks nice and relaxed and loose out in the water, just having fun right now.
Yeah, that's pretty standard for Amaury, isn't it? You know, he makes it look so easy. All these top guys, it just looks like fun to them. There's no stress on them, you know. And as we said, you know, maybe that's a reflection of this round a little bit. You know, they can have a bit of a go. See scores coming in now. It's not going to be one of his top 2. He's got some scores there. Another wave here for Alan, and nice air reverse temp there. It looks like he's made it, but from where we are, we're getting a lot of questions from the competitors actually about whether we class the move as being made, completed or not. All I can say is that, you know, when the judges watch every single wave, they've got a pretty good base point, you know, to refer back to each time. We saw yesterday a couple of competitors complaining maybe that they thought they'd made the wave, and in actual fact we'd scored it as an incomplete. Up and riding, Aram Cabrera pulls into a little barrel, comes out, finds the exit, goes into an air roll spin. And that's the example there of the situation where you ride on the rocks virtually, but you've got to show the judges that there is a completed part of that move. Maybe you've got to come through for a few seconds, but it's just really a judgment call on how many waves you watch, you know, and of course as judges you're watching every single wave. So
here's the replay. The nice little barrel there, pretty deep on that one, comes out, Goes into the air roll spin. Now, I would imagine this is where the technical precision comes into play with professional bodyboarding. With the setup here with that rock shelf coming up so quickly, obviously competitors are going to want to project out a little further so that they can land in front of the whitewater, demonstrate they completed before they duck out, as opposed to a beach break where they might be able to land a maneuver like that in the whitewater and eventually push through and demonstrate control. So some fine points in the differences, apparently.
Definitely is, Steve, yeah. Here in particular, where you've got a rock front instead of the sand, we have in the past made pretty good allowances for that. I think, there's none better example than GT's roll a few years ago where he virtually lands on the rocks, and no one's kidding yourself. You can't think that wasn't a completed move, You almost got pushed onto the rocks straight after it. So on smaller days, there's obviously less of a risk, even though, you're landing on rocks, but you probably need to show a little bit more on these smaller days than there is an allowance on the big days.
I think I could probably use an example from the first heat this morning. Kiahi Parker with a nice pocket spin, comboed it with a roll, and literally rode up onto the reef to make sure that it was demonstrated that he maintained control and completed the maneuver, even though he put himself in a little bit of a dicey situation as a result.
He sure did. He had a pretty good run, but I think he ended up in the keyhole as well, didn't he? He ran right across the rocks. Yeah, he kind of
washed over the corner of the rock ledge and into the keyhole.
Yeah.
So it wasn't as bad as it could have been, but definitely showing a level of commitment there.
Yeah, that's right. That sounds like the start of the next heat, I think.
Yes, I believe while we were in discussion, that heat wrapped up. It was Amaury Laverne with the heat win. He will advance to round 5. Meanwhile, we will see the other 3 competitors in round 4. What's the schedule looking like? Have you heard anything officially about the schedule for the next few days?
Well, I think at this stage we're just going to take it one day at a time for sure. We're going to check in every day and hope to start the first heat at 7, just on 7. We're pretty flexible nowadays with completing a round. We're not obligated to complete rounds. If the conditions become onshore really quickly, then what we'll do is we'll call it for the day. But apparently we were talking to some of the riders this morning, and they said that after we left yesterday, it went onshore for a little bit and the waves actually picked up, which is unusual here for El Gringo. So what we're probably going to do is, if we go on hold today, that's what we'll do. We'll have a check-in time just to give ourselves a maximum opportunity to stay in competition days. You've got a paddle here at the first wave of the heat, is it?
Red. And we've already got action out in the water, pulling into the left-hander, but getting shut down. I do believe that was the man in the red jersey, 6-time world champ, 2-time Arica Chilean champion, Guilherme Tega. Just to give everybody a quick rundown, out in the water right now we have in red Guilherme Tega, in white Eder Luciano, and in yellow Israel Salas. They are joined out in the water by Christian Fernandez. Christian, the highest finishing Chilean in the history of the Arica Chilean Challenge back in 2010. He finished 3rd behind Amaury Laverne, and I believe it was Dave Winchester who took the win that year. Yes, Dave Winchester, the 2010 champion. Christian Fernandez finishing 3rd. And here's Christian on his first effort, comes around the section, goes into the air roll spin, bounces around, combos it with the roll, and a nice little right-hander. He'll kick out on that one. That'll be a nice way to get his morning started out in the water. So again, Christian Fernandez out in the water in the black jersey, the lone Chilean going up against 3 Brazilians out there, including a 2-time event winner, Guilherme Tega.
Yeah, that's right. We can see Eder already probably asking for a situation in the water. The other guys like to know what's going on. Wait and see those first scores come in for Christian. He's nice, clean little ARS, but probably on a smaller size wave. I think that will probably hold the score back. So even today, there are still set waves coming through, and they're the ones that are scoring well as well.
All right, so again, we're in the early going of this heat 3, round 3. Day 3 of competition here at the 2014 APB Arica Chilean Challenge up and riding. Christian Fernandez. This is the replay of that wave. The air roll spin combos it with the roll. So as you were saying, a smaller wave, but still able to put together a couple of maneuvers on that one.
Yeah, that's right. Anytime you can get two moves on a wave, it should be good.
There you can see all 4 of our competitors kind of gathered in a pack out there. It looks like we have a little wave action coming in. I'm going to guess that Eder was checking for priority. And here, Eder up and riding on the left-hander. And that one kind of shuts down on him. Now Israel Salas signaling back to the beach announcer looking for a priority update. Again, for all of you tuning in and watching online, we are running 4-man priority heats throughout competition. Now from here we will go into round 4 and round 5, which will be 3-man priority. And then I'm not quite certain. When do we go into man-on-man heats?
Yeah, I think after that round, that's right.
All right.
And then it's man-on-man all the way to the final after that.
So 4-man priority heats throughout competition. Starting in 5 and 6, we will go into 3-man priority and then man-on-man priority heats for the duration thereof. There you can see on the beach, some people gathered on the bleacher section. One of the cool things about the setup here at El Gringo, they've got bleacher sections, you've got food trucks. It's a full-on scene here during a bodyboarding event. Still here in the early going. Yesterday, by the time we wrapped up competition, it was a full-on mob down on the ground area.
Yeah, and you know, you would have seen footage in the past of this event. Finals day is like it's like a day at the zoo. You know, there's people everywhere, and you can see the cars splitting with Winnie and I think Ben Player. They were getting transported up to the scaffolding last year, and they were parting the crowd like Moses was parting the sea. It was.
And there you can see the morning view of El Morro up there on top of the mountain, overlooking El Gringo and Arica. I still need to get up there. That's one of my goals for while I'm here in Arica, is to make the trek up there. I was told there's actually a trail you can hike to get up there. I'm a little skeptical about that, though.
No, it's one of the real special things about Arica is the view from El Morro down onto El Gringo. You know, you look right down onto this wave, and it is pretty special, and it's got the world's biggest flag up there too. That Chile flag is like, it's huge.
So,
I'll be back.
All right, so Craig Haddon ducking out real quick to go run over to the judges booth. So he'll jump back in here in a little while. Once again, I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in. I know Dan Worley in Florida is watching. Thanks, Dan, for tuning in and giving us a heads up on a couple of things. So I will give everybody a score update out in the water. Meanwhile, up and riding Israel Salas on his right-hander, looking to backdoor the barrel, but getting shut down inside, so unable to find the exit on that one. Israel Salas will paddle back out and hope for a better effort on the next wave. Again, I'll give you a situation update in just a moment. Just going to refresh the live scoring screen in front of me. Meanwhile, up and riding Christian Fernandez on a smaller right-hander, looking to set this up a little, and he's going to kick out as it doesn't really line up for him. And there you can see Eder Luciano taking a look, but not giving that one a go. He will wait for the next one. All right, and Gustavo checking in, asking for results. Again, the winner of that last heat Amaury Laverne will move on to the next round. Meanwhile, out in the water, Guilherme Tega, nice spin in the barrel, comes out. So the 6-time world champion getting on the board out in the water. Again, Gustavo, the winner of that last heat, Amaury Laverne, with a pair of 8-point rides. The other 3 riders, we will see them again in round 4. So back in the booth for a couple more minutes. Craig Haddon. And it looks like we've got some wave activity on the outside rolling in. Let's see if we have any takers on this wave. And it looks like Eder Luciano, nice set wave on the left, pulls in, not quite in the barrel, gets the roll off that section, gets caught up in the whitewater, but comes out ahead of it. So Eder with a nice little left-hander there. As you were saying, there's still some sets coming, and every once in a while you'll see one of those lefts roll in, a nice big open green face, some room to work with.
Yeah, yep, Stu, that's right. And the sets are key today, and so is holding priority, so you get those sets. Here we see the competitor in blow. It's Fernandez, Christian Fernandez there.
Little invert, little tweak off the top there.
Yeah.
So making something out of nothing on that wave. And Christian will paddle out. Again, I'll give everybody score updates in just a moment, just waiting for my screen to refresh, and I'll get you situated with the scenario out in the water. Meanwhile, up and riding, Israel Salas with a nice little barrel, rolls out, still going, goes up, and then gets pitched over and right into the rock shelf. Meanwhile, out the back, Guilherme Tega up and riding on this left-hander, driving down the line, looking for a section, and not really lining up. He's going to pull out.
No, nothing there on offer for GT there.
Quick wave exchange there between Salas and Tega. And
just coming back to that wave that we saw from Eder just before, you know, he was sitting in front of the barrel that whole wave, and we're pretty critical on that. We've got a good view from in front here, so the judgment of the barrel is all important. The other thing that we do have in the judges' booth as well is a replay box. So anytime that we think that there's some sort of question about one of the waves, we'll ask the production team to call up the replay, and we'll utilise that just to confirm what we think. See Eder there ARSing on a section. I don't think he made that. I think that's an incomplete move as well.
No, he got caught up in the whitewater on that. That'll be an incomplete maneuver. There you can see the morning crowd gathering on the wall. Front row seat down there of the action out in the water. People breaking out the cameras and grabbing themselves some empanadas and coffee. Not a bad way to start out the morning. All right, and time for a little situation update out in the water. Guilherme Tega currently in the lead with a 7.50 and an 8.33. A couple of solid scores there from the former 6-time world champ. He is followed by Christian Fernandez, who has a 6.67 and a 4.50. Israel Salas currently in third with a 1.67 and a 6.50. Eder Luciano currently with a 5.33 and a 2.0. Sitting in that fourth position. And there you can see the competitors area. Everybody bundled up, drinking their coffee and tea, and watching the action out in the water here on day 3 of competition at the 2014 Arica Chilean Challenge. And Craig, I do believe they are calling for you in the judges booth, so we'll let you duck out of here. Thank you for joining me here in the booth and giving us a technical perspective on things, and hopefully we'll get you back in here later on during the competition.
Yes, Steve, it's been great. I think it's something that we can really do throughout the course of this event. Yeah, I've enjoyed it. Anytime, get some questions for me, and I'm happy to answer.
Excellent. Thank you.
Have a good day.
And good luck with the rest of your day.
Bye.
All right, so again, that was Craig Haddon making his way back over to the judges' booth. Meanwhile, out in the water again, Guilherme Tega in the lead, looking to hold on to that top spot and move on to round 5. whereas Christian Fernandez in second, Israel Salas in third, and Eder Luciano currently in fourth. All looking to try and avoid round 4 and skip around. They have some work to do if they're going to catch Tega. Tega sitting on an 8.33 and a 7.5 for a combined 15.83 heat score right now. Again, they can see a shot of the competitors area. Everybody bundled up in there today. I actually decided to bail on the winter hat a little bit today. Getting a lot of funny comments about me and Mike in the booth yesterday, all bundled up like we're in the Arctic or something. It's definitely been a little raw here, or as I've jokingly been saying, it's been a little chilly here in Chile. So, but not as bad today in the 50s temperature-wise. Just a little chilly. Meanwhile, Outlaw Warrior Guillermo Tega, look at this, and he finds daylight there. You can see the claim. Tega with a long barrel. He already has an 8.33 and a 7.50, but Tega just driving through that one. Out for a Sunday morning drive, out in the lineup here at El Gringo. And Tega liked that one. Threw a little bit of a claim. Here's the replay of Tega, drops into the left, pulls up into the barrel, comes out, gets another barrel section, and just as it closes out, he comes out, finds daylight, and Tega was happy with that. And the judges like that one too, a 9.67. That ties for the highest score of the event so far. Yesterday we saw 9.67 from Diego Cabrera in the final heat of the day. And Tega with a 9.67 for the barrel ride on the left. Unbelievable. Good morning. Hello. Out for a little cruise here at El Gringo. So again, for those of you just tuning in, Guillermo Tega with a 9.67 on that last wave. The ties for highest score of the event so far. He's got a 9.67 and an 8.33 for a combined heat score of 18.0. He is pretty much dominating this heat, looking to punch his way into round 5, skip around. Again, this is round 3, not an elimination round.
Dejémoslo ahí nomás. Dale instrucciones, a ver, háblale.
All right, so all right, got more people hitting me up on the line. I'd like to thank Gwen for tuning in. Roger Ferrier, been tuning in each day, hitting me up with some messages, and just taking a quick look at our posts on the APB Tour Facebook page. Again, Gustavo tuning in. Some friends from the East Coast and West Coast of the United States. So thank you to everybody for tuning in this morning. Again, keep the comments and shout-outs coming. They can see getting ready to go to work out in the water. Ben Player on the rocks, getting ready to jump into the keyhole and go to work in the next round, or the next heat, rather. My apologies. Getting ahead of myself a little bit this morning. Right now, out in the water, Guillermo Tega with firm control over that top spot. He has a 9.67 and an 8.33. Christian Fernandez, Israel Salas, and Eder Luciano playing catch-up at this point. And coming up, Ben Player in the next heat, along with the Moroccan Brahim Idosh, and a pair of Brazilians, Lucas Nogueira and Hermano Castro. So stay tuned. As I said, plenty of big names coming up here in round 3. Getting into the top 16 ranked riders in the world. Not an elimination round, so we'll see all of these riders again in either round 4 or round 5. But right now, the task at hand, round 3, heat 3, here on day 3 of competition at the 2014 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. Alright, up and riding, Israel Salas pulls into left-hander, and that wave is going to run down the line on him. Pulled into the barrel, and that thing just ran off on him. So he will duck out. Meanwhile, Eder Luciano pulling into left-hander. Finds a nice section, goes to the air roll spin. It looked like he almost came down on top of Israel Salas. Salas kept on paddling through, ducked under. And Christian Fernandez up and riding on this foamy-looking left-hander. Looks like he's going to get caught behind the section. He'll just duck out and paddle back to the lineup. Again, right now, Tega in firm control of the lead, looking to skip around and go right to round 5. He's sitting on the strength of a 9.67 barrel ride and an 8.33 as a secondary score. So Tega convincingly in the lead right now. And a replay of Eder on that last wave going to the air for the ARS. And here we have a little bit of a paddle battle. Tega, take a look at this, drops in to the left, and unlike his previous barrel ride, he's not going to find the exit on that one. So Tega getting eaten up on that. Won't affect his overall score, though. He maintains the lead. Again, he has a 9.67 and an 8.33 to his name. In the lead, controlling this heat right now, looking to skip around and go on to round 5. Meanwhile, they're getting ready to go to work out in this heat. You can see Lucas Noguera in yellow getting ready to hit the water. He will be going up against Hermano Castro in the black jersey, Brahim Idosh in white, and Ben Player in the red jersey. So again, those guys are on deck coming up, but right now out in the water, it is Guilherme Tega in control with an 18.0 combined heat score. That's the situation out in the water right now. And it looks like we have a little bit of a lull in the sets. So I'd like to take a quick moment to say good morning to my wife. Bom dia, Kika. My wife back home in Copacabana in Rio. She's either at work or watching the live webcast. Hopefully she's doing both, getting a little work done and keeping an eye on her husband here in Chile. So anyway, that's neither here nor there. Again, out in the water, Tega in the lead. Coming up on deck, we're going to see Ben Player, Brahim Idosh, Lucas Noguera, and Hermano Castro. That will be coming up in just a little bit. And here we have Christian Fernandez on the right-hander. Christian's been trying to work those right-handers. He's had a couple of decent rides, a 6.67 and a 4.50 so far, but his last couple of waves haven't really lined up for him. We'll see what he can put together in the remaining time here in this heat. Again, for those of you just tuning in, the story of this heat, Tega and his 9.67 barrel ride, tying for the second highest score. Yesterday we saw a 9.67 for Diego Cabrera on a big air forward off of one of the lefts. Meanwhile, out in the water, it looks like a split peak, but up and riding on the left is Israel Salas, driving down the line, looking for a section, going for the air roll spin, gets it around, and then ducks out in front of the reef. So Israel Salas looking to replace his secondary score. He has a 6.50, looking to replace a 2.03 at the Again, there you can see the competitors down in the competitors area. Or actually, I shouldn't say down in the competitors area. That's actually upstairs, second floor of the tower across the way from us. So there's basically two towers here. The one tower is for the judges and the webcast transmission team, and the other tower, the competitors area. And there you can see Tamati Surf Shop, the banner in the background. We're going to throw to a quick commercial break. We'll be back right after this. All right, up and riding. Guillermo Tega back to live action out in the water. Tega driving down the line, looking for a section, eyeing it up, throws into the ARS, but lands off the back. Again, will not affect his overall combined score. He's currently sitting on scores of 9.67, 8.33, combined 18.0. Meanwhile, Christian Fernandez with a little bit of a jammer off that section. Looked like he was a little hesitant to take to the air and then bails out before coming up on the reef. All right, and the horn has sounded. So there you have it. Tega on the strength of a 9.67 and 8.33 basically dominates that heat, and he will skip around and move on to round 5. We will see Eder Luciano, Israel Salas, and Christian Fernandez again in round 4.
1, 2.
And the horn has sounded. We are underway with Heat 4, round 3. Out in the water right now in the red jersey, Ben Player, the 3-time world champion and 2-time Arica Chilean challenge champion. He's out in the water with Brahim Idosh from Morocco, wearing the white jersey. In yellow, Lucas Nogueira, and in black, Hermano Castro. Both of those guys coming to us from Brazil. So again, just underway out in the water. Ben Player, Brahim Idosh, Lucas Nogueira, and Hermano Castro looking to get down to business for the first time this morning. For those of you just tuning in, we are underway with Heat 4, round 3 of competition here on day 3 at the Arica Chilean Challenge. In the water right now, Ben Player in red, Brahim Idosh in white, Lucas Nogueira in yellow, Hermano Castro in blue. Today, conditions a little smaller here at El Gringo, but definitely workable. Some really nice bowly lefts and the occasional right-hander on offer. Little overcast and crisp here, about 15 Celsius, somewhere in the 50-degree range Fahrenheit. So a little cool. A lot of people bundled up with their sweatshirts, their scarves, their hats. But dealing with the raw winter air and that breeze coming in off of the cold Pacific waters. A lot of these guys have been training in 4-3 wetsuits and transitioning to 3-2s to gain a little extra flexibility and maneuverability out in the water. There you can see our riders in this heat. looking to get things underway, waiting for the first round of sets to roll through. Meanwhile, there you can see the winner of that last heat, Guilherme Tega, making his way up the beach. Tega dominating, throwing down the likes of a 9.67 in that heat. We will see him again in round 5. There you can see, perfect example of what I was talking about. Everybody bundled up. They've got their jackets, their hoods on. People hanging out, drinking some coffee, grabbing some empanadas and breakfast sandwiches from the food trucks. And in the background, you can see in the yellow jersey, Israel Salas making his way in from that last heat. All right, and Jorge De Jesus tuning in, shooting me a little question, asking about the highest combined heat total here at Arica for this event anyway. I'm pretty sure Tega just nailed it down, the 18.0 combined heat score. Tega coming out of that water looking very strong. Again, Tega, two-time champion here at Arica. He knows how to get it done out in the water here at El Gringo, and he was showing that case in point during that last heat. So Tega, always someone to keep an eye on here at El Gringo. He's made 4 finals in the past. He's had a couple of epic battles with Jeff Hubbard, as well as a couple of epic battles with Dave Winchester, taking 1 win and 1 loss against each of those guys for 2 victories in 4 finals appearances here. Again, a combined heat score of 18.0. Up and riding out the water, Lucas Nogueira getting things started on this right-hander, driving down the line, and it's going to shut down, so he'll just kick out. Also, we have Jorge Jr. tuning in, Jacques Leroux watching as well. Again, for all of you at home watching online at apbtour.com, be sure to hit us up on Facebook, APB Tour, as well as Arica Chilean Challenge. Hit up those Facebook pages. Leave us a post. Send a shout-out to your favorite rider. Let us know where in the world you're tuning in from. I'll do my best to get to those during the course of today's coverage. Again, a little raw here today. Once again, winter here, pretty mild, but it gets a little raw on the beachfront with the air coming off of the cold Pacific waters here. About 15 Celsius today, a little overcast, light onshore winds, but still some nice clean conditions out in the lineup. Some solid bowls and barrels on the left, the occasional right-hander on offer. And our riders have been posting some pretty big scores. We saw a pair of 8-point rides from Amaury Laverne in his heat. We saw some big maneuvering from Ori Valadown and Eliton Loureiro in the first heat of the morning. And then in that last heat, again, Tega dialed in on a 9.67 barrel ride to tie for the highest score of the event. The second 9.67 we've seen so far in competition. And I have to admit, even with the somewhat smaller conditions today, there are still some sets coming through. And I have a feeling it's only a matter of time before we see a 10-point ride registered here in competition. Meanwhile, trying to register his first wave of the heat, Hermano Castro pulls into the barrel on the left-hander. There you can see he pulls through the back, unable to find daylight on that one. So Hermano gets on the board, but he will paddle back out and look for something a little more to his liking. So the 2 Brazilians out in the water, Lucas Nogueira, Hermano Castro getting on the board. first. Meanwhile, Ben Player and Ibrahim Idosh out in the water looking to get their first waves registered for the morning. Also checking in with us, William Perez, watching. Apparently, he's at home with his computer plugged into his flat screen, so he's giving us the full big screen treatment at home. Thank you, William, for tuning in and sending me a pic of you watching on the big screen. Always stoked when people go full on. I know the other day we had a married couple tuning in from Hong Kong. They were staying in for the night to watch competition, and always stoked to hear from everybody around the world, see where and how you are taking the opportunity to watch live webcast coverage of professional bodyboarding, especially this event, Arica being one of being pretty much the crown jewel of the World Tour these days, the perfect venue for bodyboarding. And here we are for the 11th running of the Arica Chilean Challenge. Coming up later today, we'll be giving you a rundown of the history of the first 10 years of this event. So stay tuned for that. We've been working on putting that together. I did some researching prior to the event and was able to compile a list of finalists and winners. And the APB was kind enough to put together a little screen graphic. We'll get to that in a little bit. So, meanwhile, out in the water, again, Lucas Noguera with the 1.0, Hermano Castro with the 2.33. They're on the board first, looking to build from there. Meanwhile, Ben Player, Brahim Ados, still awaiting their first turn out in the water this morning here in Heat 4, Round 3, Day 3 of competition at the 2014 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. All right, and we have another question coming in. What's up with Dave Winchester? This year, Dave Winchester taking some time to be with his family. For those of you who don't know, he has a couple of daughters. He's taking this year to basically free surf and spend time with the family, and hopefully we'll see him back on tour next year. You have to keep in mind, running around competing on the World Tour year in and year out can really take its toll on you. The wear and tear on some of these professionals is really exhausting. And after a while, everybody kind of needs a break sooner or later. So Dave Winchester taking some time out to spend with family, doing the dad thing and cruising around for some free surfs. Again, hopefully we'll see Dave rejoining us on the tour next year. But for this year, taking a little bit of a breather, some family time. So kudos to Winnie on that one. And I hope that answers your question, Gustavo. All right, so we have a little bit of downtime right now, a little bit of a lull in this heat. It's a little less consistent today, but still some sets coming through. Right now, while we have some downtime, let's hit up the men's rankings coming into this event. Jared Houston, the world number 1. We will see him coming up in the next heat. He'll be going up against Jacob Romero, Ian Campbell, and Peruvian Jorge Saavedra, who has looked pretty good so far in the early portion of competition. But Jared, currently the world number 1, currently the number 2 rider in the world out in the water in this heat. Ben Player comes in ranked 2nd, currently ranked equal 3rd Pierre-Louis Costas and Ori Valadown, who we already saw in competition this morning, the first heat of the morning. Amaury Laverne currently ranked 5th. Then we have a tie for 6th with Magno Passos and Alex Aranga. In 8th, Sergio Luis. Guilherme Tamega comes in 9th. And tied for 10th coming into this event, Mike Stewart and Alberto Bruno. There's a quick look at the top 10.
Attention, right now, the first priority, second priority, white, Ibrahimovic. Third priority, yellow. Fourth priority, black. Tercera prioridade, amarelo. Quarta prioridade, preto.
As always, please keep the comments, the posts, and the shout-outs coming in. The comment just coming in about talking about the upcoming heat between Jared Houston, Jacob Romero, Ian Campbell, and Jorge Saavedra. That's going to be a cracking sick heat. So Juan Santos in Portugal, stoked on that one. Also commenting, Jared is on fire, cheering for him. So I know a lot of people cheering for Jared Houston. He claimed his first World Tour victory at the last event in Brazil at the Itaquera Pro. A win many of us felt was long overdue. He's had several opportunities and came up just a little bit short, finally taking it all the way for that first official World Tour victory. He does have a couple of invitational victories. He's two-time Tanned Invitational champion, and he was a pipe finalist in 2010, the year he won Rookie of the Year. But again, his first professional World Tour win at event number 2, the Itaquera Pro in Brazil. He comes into this event the world number 1, and Jerry wants to win a world title. So we'll see how he does in the remaining events, but definitely someone to keep an eye on. Meanwhile, keeping an eye on this guy, Ben Player, rolls out of that wave and combos it with another roll, but pushes off the back as he comes up on the reef. So Ben Player finally getting on the board, finds a nice little left-hander, gets a solid roll off of it. That will get his campaign started here at the 2014 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. And here's a look at that last wave. Ben, with a quick little in-and-out barrel ride, rolls out, tries to combo the other roll, but comes up on the reef and pulls off the back. So just talking about the heat on deck, again, Jared Houston currently ranked number 1 in the world, coming off his first professional World Tour win. Excuse me, folks. My personal opinion, I think that sooner or later we're going to see Jared make a run at that world title. So definitely someone to keep an eye on. Also out in the water with him the next heat will be Jacob Romero. For those of you who watched last year, Jacob with that massive invert on the right. Meanwhile, pulling in to the left, it looks like we have in white, Brahim Adosh from Morocco getting on the board with that wave. So rode off out of camera frame on that one, but that was Brahim Adosh in the white jersey getting his first wave of the heat. So just to continue my train of thought, we were talking about Jacob Romero and that massive invert last year that he had to bail on. It looked like he would have broken ribs on that landing. Here's a quick replay of that last wave from Ben Player. Again, Ben with a quick little in-and-out barrel. Combos it with the roll. Tries to go for the other roll. That second roll, an incomplete maneuver. Just waiting for scores to update on my screen. I'll give you a situation update. Meanwhile, out in the water, Lucas Nogueira up and riding. Pulls into the barrel, comes out, throws the roll, completes it, and then ducks out before he gets into that rock shelf. So, again, waves from Ben Player, Brahim Adosh, and Lucas Nogueira. Just waiting for my screen to update. And I'll give you a situation update in just a moment. And Juan Santos chiming in, a T-Rex air. Yes. So, yeah, last year that wave so big, one of the local artists, Jorge Brito, did a rendering to scale of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and Jacob Romero basically aired high enough to jump over a dinosaur. So since then, I've been joking around about who's going to be trying to jump dinosaurs here at El Gringo this year. And I'm pretty sure we'll see more than a few guys going huge and doing their best to break out some T-Rex airs, as Juan Santos calling them. All right, and scores dropping in. Situation out in the water. Ben Player with a pair of 6.50s is in the lead. Meanwhile, Brahim Adosh with a 5.20 on his first wave. Lucas Noguera with a 1.0 and a 5.10. Hermano Castro with a 6.0 and a 2.33. So Hermano looking to replace a 2.33. Currently sits in the second spot. Lucas Noguera in third, looking to replace that 1.0. And Brahim Adosh looking to pull down his second score.
Priority 2, red. Priority 3, yellow. Priority 4, red. Prioridad 3, amarelo. Prioridad 4, vermelho. Atención, hermano Castro necesita su 7.01 para ganar la primera posición.
And it looks like up and riding Hermano Castro on this left-hander. Throws into an air roll spin. Nice rotation on that one. A little cut check there, trying to set up for an inside section that doesn't really stand up for him, so he'll kick you out. But a nice wave there for Hermano Castro. That will definitely replace that 2.33, give him a second solid score for this heat. Again, right now, everybody trying to catch Ben Player. Ben with a 6.50. A pair of them, actually. Here's a replay of Hermano on that last wave. Nice air roll spin. Comes out clean. Had nice rotation on it. And that should be a strong score for Hermano. Again, he was looking to replace a 2.33 as a secondary score. Just waiting for this to filter in. And we'll give you an update. Here's another look from a different angle. He got the rotation on the air roll spin, landed clean, got it around, a little check turn off the top there. And a 5.80 for Hermano Castro to go with his 6.0. He remains in second spot. Ben Player again sitting on a pair of 6.50s. He has the lead right now out in Heat 4, Round 3.
Okay, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Time to come out, boys. Pueden que cerrar la competidores. Remember to stay away of this heat, please. Tienen que mantenerse alejados de esta serie, por favor. Competidores de la siguiente serie. Ok, veamos. Atención, la última de color negro fue de 5.8. Para esto, 5.8 su última onda. Blanco tiene que generar atención. Ahí está el competidor de blanco. Linda maniobra del mar.
And there we have a split peak out in the water.
Brahim Adosh, el marroquí.
I believe that was Brahim going one way, Hermano going the other. So quick little wave exchange there. We'll wait to see what the scores are on those. And just taking a look online, quick reminder from Gwen Renenbo about the upcoming Anel Challenge specialty event. I mentioned previously Jared Houston, two-time winner of the Tand Invitational in South Africa. The Anel Challenge, an invitational specialty event in France. They've had some pretty good success with that event in previous years, some solid waves and some great competition. We'll see if we can't get Amory Laverne in the booth sometime during this event to talk a little bit more about that. Meanwhile, out in the water, Lucas Noguera pulls in, and that barrel is just going to shut down on him. Again, Lucas Noguera with the 5.10, looking to replace a 1.0. And up and riding, Ben Player driving through, gets a little barrel, comes through this second barrel section, and then ducks out. So Ben Player, we saw Tega out for a Sunday morning drive here at El Gringo. Ben Player taking his turn to go for a little Sunday morning drive, just cruising through that barrel, had a couple of barrel sections, backdoored that second section, and got pretty deep on it. Still managed to find some daylight on that one. So that'll be a nice solid score for Ben Player on the barrel on that one. Looking forward to seeing what score falls into place on this one. And meanwhile, there was a replay for Brahim out in the water. Brahim with a 7.67 for his efforts on that one. So a solid wave there, moving Brahim ahead of Hermano Castro into second position. So just waiting for that score from Ben Player. I'll give you an update on the scores out in the water in just a moment. And there it is, an 8.50. Ben Player doing some work. He now has an 8.5, a 6.50 for the lead. In second, Brahim Adosh with a 5.20, scored a 6.67 on his second wave. That's enough to put him into the second spot. That bumps Hermano Castro to third. He has a 6.0 and a 5.8. Meanwhile, Lucas Noguera with a 5.10 and a 2.83. He's going to want to replace that 2.83 sooner rather than later. Again, right now, Brahim, Hermano, and Lucas all trying to track down BP, the three-time world champ, holding the lead in this heat with a combined heat score of 15.0. Again, non-elimination round, so the winner goes straight to round 5. The other guys to round 4. And there's a look at Ben Player on his last wave. So Ben scores an 8.5 on a barrel, wastes no time getting back to work out there. And it looks like he's going to improve on his secondary score of a 6.50 from the look of things, just waiting for the judges to finalize. And yes, a 7.27 builds on his score. Meanwhile, Brahim Adosh up and riding on that wave. So wave exchange is coming quick. Scores dropping in, guys building on their scores. Situation changing out in the water. And again, 8.50 and 7.27 for Ben Player on his last two waves. He's in command of this heat with a 15.77. Brahim Adosh second, Hermano Castro third, and Lucas Noguera in a fourth position. So it looks like Ben Player is going to move on to round 5. Brahim, Lucas, and Hermano, we will see them in round 4.
3, 2, 1. Comienza la serie entonces.
All right, and the horn has sounded. So underway out in the water, we have a pair of South Africans in the form of Jared Houston, the current world number 1. Joining him out in the water, fellow South African Ian Campbell. Ian Campbell coming into this event ranked 35th on the world tour. They are joined by Jacob Romero. Jacob Romero currently ranked 26th on the world tour. And also coming in from Peru, we've seen Jorge Saavedra through the earlier rounds, making it here to round 3 today. So Jared Houston in red, Jacob Romero in white, Ian Campbell in yellow, and Jorge Saavedra in black. Out in the water right now, just underway. Here in Heat 5, round 3, day 3 of competition at the 2014 APB Arica Chilean Challenge.
De Marruecos, tercero, Hermano Castro de Brasil, cuarto, Lucas Nogueira de Brasil. Okay, next heat please.
And while we wait for the first waves to roll through and be ridden for this heat, Richard Molloy tuning in from Sydney, Australia. Thank you, Richard, for joining us this morning, or it's got to be nighttime in Sydney right now. Gets a little confusing trying to keep track of all the different time zones, but definitely stoked to have everybody tuning in from around the world, getting people tuning in. We've had South Africa, Hong Kong, London, Australia, Hawaii. Stoked on all of you tuning in to watch. So thank you again. And again, out in the water right now, we have Jared Houston in red, Jacob Romero in white, Ian Campbell in yellow, Jorge Saavedra in blue. Just waiting for the first few waves to roll through. And we were talking about the men's rankings. I have here in front of me, I went through the top 10, going through the remainder of the top 20. Diego Cabrera comes in 12th, Eder Luciano 13th. We already saw him out in the water, as well as Elton Lorando ranked 4th. Out in the water, pulling into a barrel. Spit came out, the rider did not. I believe that was Jorge Saavedra getting things started. But again, just quick rundown. Elton Lorando currently ranked 14th. Alan Munoz coming in ranked 15th. Spencer Skipper from Hawaii ranked 16th off of his result at Pipeline. And then Tanner McDaniel, Hugo Pinheiro tied for equal 17th. We saw Tanner yesterday cruise through his heat. He'll be coming up against Mike Stewart in this round. Meanwhile, out in the water, there's Jorge Saavedra. It was actually Jared Houston on that first wave at 2.17. So Jared Houston getting his campaign started here at the 2014 Arica Chilean Challenge. Meanwhile, up and riding, Jacob Romero on the right-hander, pulls into barrel, driving through, and unable to make it out of that one. So Jacob Romero gets on the board, but unable to make it through the barrel. He'll paddle back out and look to build on that last wave. So right now it looks like Houston, Romero, and Saavedra on the board, just waiting to see Ian Campbell, the man out the back in the yellow jersey with priority, waiting for his first wave. And real quick, just to round out the top 20, Nicolas Bastos and Dudu Pedra. Nicolas Bastos in 19th. Dudu Pedra tied with João Zieg for 20th. So Brazilians rounding out the top 20. And that's the current standings for the men's World Tour rankings after Event 2 coming into Event 3 here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. Just a quick look ahead. After this event, we'll be heading to Antofagasta, a little further south of here, about 716 kilometers, if I remember correctly. And we will be there for the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, the 26th through the 31st. That is a men's World Tour and a women's World Tour competition. So we'll see the women going into action for the second time this year on the 2014 World Tour. An interesting storyline to keep track of. Lily Pollard from Australia, currently the women's world #1. The women have had 4 months off. During the course of those 4 months, Lily suffering a broken back in a bodyboarding accident at Mystics at home in Australia, has been recovering from a broken back and is ready to return to competition. She will be in attendance. She is confirmed. She's booked her airplane ticket. She will be at Antofagasta. We will see Lily and all the top women's competitors doing battle at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival along with the men's. But again, that's next week. Right now, we're in the thick of things here at the 2014 Arica Chilean Challenge. And out in the water right now, Jorge Saavedra in the early lead. He has a pair of waves on his scorecard, both minimal scores. He'll look to replace those during the course of this heat. He is followed by Jacob Romero, who has his first wave under his belt, and he is followed by Jared Houston. Meanwhile, Ian Campbell still looking to get on the board. And here, Saavedra doing work, staying busy on his third wave already. Ian Campbell still outside waiting for a set to come in. Meanwhile, Jorge Saavedra going to town on these insiders, going unridden by the other competitors. So he already has 3 waves to his name, whereas on the opposite end of things, Ian Campbell, the man there in the yellow jersey, holding on to priority, waiting for one of the sets to come through. And here we have Ian Campbell drives to the barrel, gets a nice roll, little bounce on the landing, and he will kick out. So there you have it, Ian Campbell, the South African, getting on the board. Again, Ian coming into this event ranked 35th, looked pretty strong yesterday, making it through his heat, winning out and advancing to the non-elimination round here in round 3. So a 5.67 for Ian Campbell, his first wave. A nice, solid mid-range score, enough to move him into the early lead here in Heat 5, Round 3. And just a quick look ahead coming up in the next heat. Like I said, we've got plenty of talent in store today. And lost track of who that was out in the water. It looked like Jared Houston in the red jersey. Not a lot to work with on that one. But again, coming up in the next heat, we're going to see Alex Odranga, the former Rookie of the Year from 2011. He will be in the water with 9-time world champion and 2009 Arica champion Mike Stewart. Stewart will be joined by Tanner McDaniel, his pupil, I guess you could say. And rounding things out will be the Chilean Michael Pascal. Pascal has looked pretty good so far in the early rounds, continuing on here in round 3. So another stacked heat for round 3. But again, right now out in the water, it's Jared Houston. Jared with a 5.43. I spoke out of turn saying there wasn't a whole lot to work with. Jared nailing down a 5.43, a nice solid mid-range score. That moves him into the top spot. Now he's just looking to replace a 2.17. He holds the lead over Ian Campbell. Ian with a 5.67, looking for his second wave. Jacob Romero currently in the 4th spot. Jorge Saavedra in the 3rd spot. And here we have a couple people taking a look. Saavedra up and riding on this nice set left-hander. Gets a little barrel, comes out, and that'll be all she wrote on that one. So Jorge Saavedra with the barrel on the set wave going left. That should replace that 1.50 for a secondary score. Meanwhile, Jacob Romero jumping in and just got absolutely stonewalled by that oncoming whitewater section. So Jacob going for the left, and just that one not cooperating with him at all. So he'll paddle back out and look for something a little more to his liking the next go around. Meanwhile, again, Jared Houston holding the lead, has a 5.43, now looking to replace a 2.17. Ian Campbell looking for something to go along with that 5.67 he opened up with. So again, quick rundown. Houston first, Campbell second, Saavedra third, and Romero fourth. As I've been mentioning all morning, round 3 non-elimination heats. The winner skips around, goes to round 5. Second, third, and fourth place, we will see them again in action in round 4. And there you can see the riders area. Everybody all bundled up and hanging out. Yes, it has been that chilly here in Arica. Especially for the guys used to warmer climates like the Hawaiians and the Tahitians. And here, Ian Campbell, nice roll, pulls into the barrel, and looked like he just kind of got sucked up the face when he scrubbed his speed on the landing. But still, a nice roll on that wave. That'll give him his secondary score. So we'll see if we have a situation change once that score registers. Here we have Jacob Romero up and riding. Nice air roll spin for Jacob on the right-hander. Gets a little caught up behind the section. He'll duck out, but that should help improve his score some. Again, scores dropping in. Just waiting for things to finalize for Jacob Romero, Ian Campbell, and Jorge Saavedra. And there it is, 5.33 for Jacob Romero. Moves him to the top spot, but score falls in for Ian Campbell of 4.83. So now Campbell to the top spot. 5.10 drops in for Jorge Saavedra. So he jumps up to the second spot. So a complete shuffling of the standings out in the water. Update is as follows. Ian Campbell to the top spot. He has a 5.67 and a 4.83. Jorge Saavedra in second with a 3.0 and a 5.10 on his last wave. Jacob Romero in third with a 5.33 and a 2.43. Jared Houston gets bumped from first all the way down to fourth in that wave exchange. Jared with a 5.43 looking to replace a 2.17. And that was Jared, speaking of the devil, on the right-hander. So we could very well see another situation change. Again, Jared looking for a minimal score, a 2.68, to improve his position. We'll see what he scores on that last wave. Here's the replay of Jerry on that last wave, and there it is, a 6.50. Jared Houston back to the lead. From first to fourth, back to first again, just like that. So situation update out in the water. Houston first, Campbell second, Saavedra third, Romero in fourth. Porque la tercera necesita 5.41 para el segundo, perdón, no tengo para ir al primero. And in second position, Yellow here, we need a 6.27 to be first. 11 minutes remaining. Priority first. All right, and Riley Killam tuning in, saying, surfed with Lily today at Shark Island. She was surfing good, so something to keep an eye on for the next event, the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Lily Pollard healed up from her broken back and neck, and back to bodyboarding, even giving Shark Island a go. So good on you, Lily. Looking forward to seeing you in Antofagasta. Glad to hear you're healed up and back in the water, getting back into the groove of things. Also tuning in, hitting us up on the Arica Chilean Challenge Facebook page. Marco Menendez Garcia tuning in, saying gracias. Christopher Ryan O'Connor as well. Again, appreciate everybody for tuning in, watching the live webcast, as well as hitting us up on Facebook at APB Tour and Arica Chilean Challenge. Again, feel free to leave your posts, questions, comments, shout outs. Let us know where you're hitting us up from, and I will do my best to get to it during the course of the live webcast transmission. All right, and got a few more messages coming in. Johnny Bridges tuning in. Carlos Alvarez coming to us from Southern California. Thanks again, guys, for tuning in, watching the action out in the water. And here it looks like we're going to have a split peak. Camera's going to go with Ian Campbell. Big flip for the South African. Ian Campbell going for the flip on the smaller left-hander But some solid maneuvering there. That should definitely help his cause a little. Currently in that second spot behind fellow countryman Jared Houston. Jared with a 6.50 and a 5.43 on his last two waves to hold on to that top spot. Also, Jacob Romero going on the right-hander, waiting for scores to filter in for both those riders. Here's a replay, and here's a look at Jorge Saavedra. So again, scores filtering in for that last wave exchange. Give you a situation update in just a minute. Again, Jared Houston currently in first, Ian Campbell in second, but waiting for that last wave to score for Ian Campbell. There you can see a pulled back shot of El Gringo. There, the keyhole, that little gap in the rocks. And here's a look at Saavedra on the left. So again, some scores to be sorted out. We had rides to sort out from Romero, Campbell, Saavedra. Just waiting for that to register there. You can see on screen Tanner McDaniel making his way to the water. Mike Stewart right behind him. So Team Science getting ready to go to work. The 15-year-old Super Grom and the 51-year-old Living Legend. There you see both of them getting ready to jump into that keyhole, make their way out to the lineup. I've been talking about it ever since we started this event. I love the age difference. I love the age difference these days. There you can see Jared Houston putting together a combination of maneuvers on that wave. Jared still doing some work out there. And meanwhile, Saavedra on the right-hander, not much to work with. He'll bail on that one. But as I was saying, I love the diversity and the expansion of age. It pretty much covers the spectrum these days, the sport of bodyboarding. You've got young teenage and pre-teenage Groms just absolutely killing it. Kids like Tanner McDaniel, 15. A couple of Brazilians like David Barbosa and Socrates Santana, 16 years old. 12-year-old Kainoa Lono in Hawaii. The kid's only 12 years old. There's these super Groms, as we call them, around the world that are just absolutely killing it at such a young age. But then on the other end, you still have veteran guys in their 30s, 40s. Mike Stewart is 51 years old. He comes into this event ranked in the top 10. One of the most consistent and prolific bodyboarders in the history of the sport. He quite literally is a living legend, and it covers the gambit of ages in our sport. It's unbelievable. Meanwhile, again, just waiting for scores to filter in on my screen here, and I'll give you an update in just a moment. Meanwhile, out on the word, Jacob Romero driving through the barrel on the left, comes out. Little cutback to set up for the section. Combos it with the roll. Nice wave there for Jacob Romero. And Jacob in the mix.
You have the first priority, you have the second priority, priority 3, black prioridades para Colombia, Jorge. Fíjate el trapo. Eso, el cuero de antes. Mientras se va al baile, siempre el cuero de antes.
All right, so again, just waiting for scores to register. I'll give you an update in just a moment.
In the second position, now you need a 5.58 to be first. So from the right situation, change now. We have a new situation. First red, second right, in third. Now it's yellow in fourth, black. Atención, primero, ahora cambió la situación, la última del color blanco, Jacob Romero, segundo, le dio un 8.1, se fue en segundo lugar el caballero, ahora está primero, sigue primero el sudamericano Houston, segunda posición para el color blanco, el hawaiano Romero, tercero, el que va ahora Ian Campbell, ahí está Ian, se quiere meter nuevamente en la primera posición y Ian Campbell se mete un tubazo, vamos a ver si sale, ay, cómo salió el sudafricano, con un maniobrón de ese tubo, bajo de profundo.
All right, and that was Jorge Saavedra on that last wave. Again, bear with me. I will get you updates on the scores in just a minute. Jacob Romero, big flip. Woo! All right, so a nice wave there for Jacob Romero on the right. Jacob Romero, a big fan of the right-handers here at El Gringo. We saw it from him last year. Back to it again here in 2014. Jacob with the big flip on that. Again, scores coming in. I'll give you an update in just a moment. While we wait for scores to register, a few more people tuning in. Tristan tuning in is wishing good luck to Tanner McDaniel. So, Tristan, thank you for tuning in.
Okay, so attention, last score for right. Jacob Romero 7.87 to the team. Go to the first position. Jacob Romero, you are leading the team now. 8 seconds. Yellow, your last score, yellow 7.67. Now you need an 8.31 to be first. Red, Jared, your last wave. 1.27. You need a 7.61 to be second. And black. It's in 4.45 to be second. 50 seconds remaining. First, Romero, second Campbell. In first, Houston in fourth. Saavedra. Primero está Caballero Romero, atención. Con ese 187 se fue a la primera posición el hawaiano. Está adelante el hawaiano. Segundo Campbell, el que está de amarillo, que es australiano. Perdón, es sudafricano. Gerald Houston. Tercero.
All right, so here we have scores, a 7.87 for Jacob Romero on that last wave, the flip on the right. That moves Jacob into the top spot. He has a 7.87 and 8.10 on his last two waves. So Jacob building momentum. His two high scores on his last two scores. He's going to win the heat. Meanwhile, Ian Campbell will finish second with a 7.10, 7.6. Jared Houston in third with a 6.50 and a 7.17. Jorge Saavedra with a 3.0 and 5.33 in third. So again, non-elimination. Jacob Romero to round 5. Campbell, Houston, Saavedra. We will see them again in round 4. And there you can see the crowd growing here on the beach. More and more people showing up. We got tons of people lined up on the wall with the front row view. Lots of people cruising around, hanging out in the bleacher sections, you know, hitting up the food trucks for some empanadas and some coffee. Speaking of which, I have just been delivered a nice hot cup of coffee here in the booth. Thank you to the guys for making sure I'm well attended to. I'm pretty easygoing up here. I'll sit in here all day long and talk bodyboarding with you guys if given the opportunity. As long as I got some water, I'm good to go. But every once in a while, some coffee is a killer thing. Meanwhile, the horn has sounded and underway out in the water. In red, we're going to have Alex Uranga in white, Mike Stewart in yellow, Tanner McDaniel, and in blue, the Chilean, Michael Pascal. All right, and got one of the tech crew in here helping me out, plugging in my live scoring screen. A little bit of a delay in the last heat. The battery started to wear down. We've been eating up some juice here in the booth, but ready to go. Scores are up. I got the live scoring. I got that bad boy plugged in. We're ready to go for the remainder of round 3. So let's do this. Like I said, out in the water, Alex Uranga, Mike Stewart, Tanner McDaniel, and the Chilean Michael Pascal. Another solid heat here in round 3. It'll be interesting to see how this shakes out. Alex Uranga, again, the former 2011 World Tour Rookie of the Year. Mike Stewart, the 9-time world champion and 2009 Arica champion. He's joined out in the water by the 15-year-old Hawaiian Tanner McDaniel and the Chilean Michael Pascal. So a nice solid mix out there, young and old, from all corners of the earth. Chile, the Basque Country, Hawaii. I'm always commenting on the mix of international talent out in the water. Always stoked to see the proliferation of bodyboarding worldwide. There you can see Jared Houston coming in. Jose L. Sanchez tuning in. Go Jared, a adoptive son of Puerto Rico. For those of you who don't know, Jared Houston and Natasha Sargadia, proud parents of a baby girl named Poe. Jared has been living full-time in Puerto Rico these days. I spoke with him at the last event in Brazil. He has his U.S. citizenship and living full-time in the U.S. Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. Meanwhile, up and riding out in the water, split peak, yellow on the left, going with Michael Pascal on the right, driving down the line. Not a lot to work with. So Michael Pascal and Tanner McDaniel splitting the peak. Those guys will get on the board first to get things started out in the water. Also, Doug Smith tuning in saying, go Team Science. He's coming to us from Florida. He's stoked to be watching. He's pulling for Mike Stewart and Tanner McDaniel in this heat. Here's a look at Tanner on his first wave. Tanner driving down the line on that smaller left, kicks out. Tanner will get a 3.0 for his efforts, a 1.0 for Michael Pascal. That gets them on the board first. Now just waiting to hear from Alex Uranga and Mike Stewart. Also, it looks like I have Davo tuning in, asking about, what about the New York City bodyboard ban? I had mentioned it the other day on air. I also shared an article on my Facebook page. Unfortunately, the New York City Parks and Recreation Department has taken it upon itself to ban bodyboarding from the beaches in New York. For those of you asking, do they even get new waves there? I was born and raised in New Jersey. New Jersey and New York actually have some really good surf spots and some really talented bodyboarders in that area. And unfortunately, beach access issues tend to be a problem every year, especially during the summer, from having to pay to get on the beach to having situations where they try and ban bodyboarding or ban wave riding at certain beaches. There are beaches that are designated solely for surfing, and usually bodyboarding is allowed at all other beaches, but there have been some issues with older people feeling threatened by bodyboarders out in the water, so people feeling that bodyboarding is dangerous or should be banned. So now there's the ridiculous issue of bodyboarding being banned from the water in New York City beaches, which is a big problem and a major issue right now on the U.S. East Coast. So if you get a chance, Google it online, look up and read the article, or find the article on my Facebook page. It's pretty interesting to see what people have to deal with in terms of beach access issues. That it shouldn't be an issue, but apparently there is. So, Davo, thanks for tuning in, touching base with that. We appreciate it. And to all my East Coast brothers, good luck. Keep fighting the good fight, and eventually it'll all work itself out. But we need to stand up as one and make our voices heard. So I will step off my soapbox tirade for the moment and get back to the matter at hand. out in the water. Again, Tanner McDaniel out to the early lead with a 3.0 getting on the board. Splitting the peak with Michael Pascal, who didn't get a lot to work with at 1.0 for his efforts. Still waiting for Mike Stewart and Alex Uranga to get on the board. And I love some of the comments coming in about Jacob Romero, that last heat, that big flip. Jacob Romero, J-Rom, the man with no bones. Crazy flip. Yeah, Jacob, it's always willing to sacrifice him a little bit out in the water. But got some guys out in the water right now that are no strangers to being able to sacrifice and being willing to sacrifice themselves out in the water. Alex Uranga, if you remember a few years ago at the Reunion Island Pro, he was riding with a shoulder brace on, had like a dislocated shoulder. Ended up hitting the reef. He had urchin spines he had to pull out of his face. I mean, you want to talk about a warrior out in the water? That's just going for it on a completely different level. So, you know, you've got him out in the water. You got Mike Stewart, who is no stranger to this place. Again, the champion here in 2009, taking out fellow Hawaiian Dave Hubbard that year. And then you've got Tanner McDaniel. The kid's only 15 years old, yet he's feeling his way through all the events on the World Tour, coming in ranked 17th in the world. And this man, the Chilean, Michael Pascal, driving through the barrel, comes out, reverses. Nice wave there. Pascal representing his home country of Chile here and looking pretty good so far in competition.
Now, priority is for red. Tercera prioridad para rojo. Atención.
So Pascal with a nice wave there. He should get a solid score out of this. And I think we're going to queue up a little replay. Here you can see Pascal dropping in, sets his line, stalls a little with his fins, gets the barrel, comes out with the spit, reverses off the top. A nice wave there for Michael Pascal. That will be his second wave of the morning. He can build on this. Just waiting for the score to finalize with our judges. But it looks like it'll be a pretty solid score. And here's another look at that last wave for Michael Pascal. You could see he had a nice line, but he was going a little too fast. He stalled by jamming his fins into the water to get that barrel section, came out with the spit, and threw into the reverse off the shoulder. So some good riding there for Pascal. He is rewarded with a 6.0 for his efforts. That's enough to move him into the top spot. And there you can see Mike Stewart on that wave. That will get him on the board, get his account going for the morning. A 1.83 filling in for Mike on his first effort. So he will look to paddle back out and find a couple more worthy scores out in the water. Meanwhile, Alex Uranga, I believe, has priority out in the lineup waiting for his first wave. So apparently Alex Uranga out there waiting for a set to come through. Still looking to get his first wave of the morning. Again, more and more people assembling here. Got the morning coffee. A lot of people grabbing those pastels and sandwiches. Yeah, just cruising. Cameras set up on the beach. People with their phones taking photos. Front row seat on that seawall watching the action out in the water. We've mentioned several times during the event, this place is the perfect venue for bodyboarding. It's like an arena out there. The waves break left and right, clean conditions usually every morning with a barrel and a bowl section. You've got the seawall in front, looking over the that rock shelf there, right into the lineup. There's bleacher sections at either end. You've got the food trucks set up. There's a little stand set up right behind our tower here that sells, I forget how many different types of empanadas, but it's crazy the sampling of food and coffee you can get here. And looking to sample this wave, Alex Uranga pulling into the barrel and comes out through the foam ball throws into a forward spin. So there you go, Alex Uranga on the board. Nice little wave there to work with to get things going for him. All right, and it looks like I've got Aaron Lucy Dinham tuning in. Aaron Dinham tuning in from, I believe he's in the UK. So thanks again for tuning in. Here's a replay of Alex on that last wave. Backdooring that section, drove straight through, came out, throws the spin. Not the biggest wave, not a clean exit, but a 4.0 for his effort nonetheless. And as I was saying, Aaron tuning in from the UK, saying Arica is one of his favorite events on the tour. Aaron, I'm right there with you. I tell you what, over the last several years, I've really enjoyed watching this event live online. But being here in person is a completely different animal. I am telling you, all of you who are at home watching, you need to book a plane ticket to Chile. You can fly into Santiago and then to Arica, or you can fly into Lima, Peru, and to Arica from there. But this place is something that has to be experienced firsthand. It's a completely different animal in person. Seeing that keyhole, watching the waves here, experiencing the entire surrounding area, it is well worth the price of a plane ticket and a trip to Chile to experience this in person. All right, so as we get a little deeper into this heat, again, right now, Michael Pascal in the lead, Alex Udonga in second, Tanner McDaniel currently in third, and Mike Stewart in the fourth spot. Waiting for waves to roll through there. You can see our riders out in the water patiently awaiting. And a few more people checking in. Mateo Dalvera tuning in, giving a quick little you. So, Mateo, thank you for tuning in. Meanwhile, up and riding, Tanner McDaniel finds the left. Big flip from the Super Grom. And they're coming up pretty quick on that rock shelf. Coming up on the reef. He'll kick out, but Tanner, solid move there. That'll give him his second score and should change the situation out in the water. We'll see this score fall into place.
Attention, priority change now. So rider on the first priority, second priority red, third priority black, tercera prioridad color negro. Okay, so.
All right, so another quick little message from Mateo. It's 12 and I've got school tomorrow, but he's loving the event, so staying up late and sacrificing the school effort a little bit to stay up and watch the Arica Chilean Challenge. Mateo, we appreciate you tuning in, but you might want to get some sleep so that you're fresh for school tomorrow. Meanwhile, trying to keep things fresh out in the water, Michael Pascal, the Chilean, up and riding on the right, flips off of that section, but unable to maintain control. Meanwhile, Mike Stewart taking a look at this right-hander, so quick wave exchange. Mike throws into a forward spin off the top, sets up, driving down the line looking for a section, and hits the invert, and then, whoa, getting washed across the rocks there. So Mike trying to hit the eject button so he doesn't get into that rock shelf too much. Nice wave there for Mike. A forward spin and an invert for his efforts on that one. We'll see what the score fills in on that one. So again, quick wave exchange from Michael Pascal and Mike Stewart. Mike projecting more out than up on that one, but still a nice wave. This should be a decent mid-range score for the judges. And a 4.93. That will help Mike, that's his second wave. Now he's looking to replace that 1.83 as a secondary score. Meanwhile, Tanner McDaniel, a 7.33. That's enough to move him into the top spot. Now he's just looking to replace that 3.0 as a backup score and strengthen his hold on to the top spot. Meanwhile, a 2.0 for Michael Pascal for his effort on that last wave. That bumps Alex Uranga down to the fourth spot. He has a 4.0, still looking for a secondary score right now. And here we have a replay. That last wave for Michael Pascal throws the Hail Mary flip and just got eaten up by the whitewater on that one. So good effort. Received a 2.0 for the try, but unable to complete the maneuver. He has a 6.0, still looking for a solid backup score right now. And here we have a little paddle battle up and riding. Alex Uranga going on the left, split peak. Uranga with the air roll spin, nice. Combos it with the roll and takes it right up to that rock shelf. You can see the rocks sticking out of the water there. So a nice combination of maneuvers from Uranga, looking to work his way back into things. As a 4.0, that was the second wave. That'll definitely help his position out in the water right now.
Vamos a ver, atención, aquí tenemos a Tanner y el de la prioridad white y va después por Ayuti. Primera prioridad blanco. Second priority now, yellow.
And a 6.17 for Pascal on his last wave. Moves him into the top spot. Uranga with a 7.10 moves him from fourth to second. So a shuffling of position out in the water. Again, Pascal to first, Uranga to second, Tanner McDaniel bumped down to third, Stewart to fourth. And look at this, Tanner McDaniel with the barrel, combos it with the roll and then kicks out. So Tanner looking to work his way back in, only needs a minimal score of a 3.78. Again, trying to replace a 3.0 as his secondary score. And that may very well have done it. There's the replay. Tanner McDaniel with the barrel comes out, rolls, then quite quickly kicks out so as not to wash up on the reef. And look at that, a 9.33 for Tanner McDaniel. The Grom back to the top spot. Drops the second highest score of the event. So we've seen a couple of nines already this morning. Guilherme Tega with a 9.67 in his heat. And now Tanner McDaniel, the 15-year-old, scoring a 9.33 on that barrel. Hopefully we can cue that up. I would love to see that again. Show it to everybody at home once again. Meanwhile, live action out in the water. Alex Uranga up and riding. Drops in to the left. Gets barreled. Rolls out. And a nice wave there for Uranga. We'll see if we can get a couple of replays. Maybe replay that last wave of Uranga and the wave of Tanner McDaniel. But meanwhile, up and riding Michael Pascal on the right. Driving down the line looking for a section. And just throws it out there. Literally loses a hold of his board. So nice wave exchange there between Uranga and Pascal. But again, a 9.33 from Tanner. The Grom throwing it down out in the water. Taking the top spot. We'll see if he's able to maintain that. He's now sitting on a 9.33 and a 7.33. For a combined heat total of 16.66.
Atención Alex, con los rojos por última hora 6.77 pasas al segundo lugar. Atención, necesitas un 9.57 para ir al primer lugar. Now situation changed with the last score of Red. Now Red is in second. And está tercero ahora. In fourth position, white, Mike Stewart. First yellow, second red, in third.
And
Black in fourth.
here's a look at Tanner McDaniel. Takes a look at that wave and then quickly kicks out.
Second priority, red. Roja, segunda prioridad, tercera prioridad para el negro.
All right, and it looks like we got a few more people tuning in. Brandon Henslow tuning in from Djibouti. Go Jared Houston. So we saw Jared in that last heat. Also, Sebastian tuning in from Colombia watching. And David joining us from Grand Haven. Thanks for tuning in. David tuning in to watch Mike, cheering for Mike Stewart. So again, keep the comments, the shout outs coming. Let us know where you're coming in from. And Luis Eduardo tuning in, otherwise known as Dudu Pedra, the Rock of Itaquachara, the Charger there in Brazil, tuning in. Thanks for watching, and hope you're enjoying the action out in the water.
Okay, first priority, yellow, Tanner McDaniel. You're still in the first position. You have 7.33 and a 9.33 your top rights. In second, we have Alex Uranga from Euskadi. Alex, estás segundo. Tienes un 7-1 y un 6-7-7 de tus mejores horas.
Also tuning in, we've got Dean and Indo cheering on the Aussie boys in this contest. Coming up next, we're going to see one of those Australians. Louis Finnegan will be going up against Pierre-Louis Costas, Nicolas Bastos, and Leonardo Costa. So the Frenchman, the 2011 World Champ PLC, will be doing battle with Louis Finnegan, the young Australian, and a pair of Brazilians, Nick Bastos and Leo Costa. So again, that's on deck. But right now, out in the water, the story is Tanner McDaniel leading the heat on the strength of a 9.33 and a 7.33. Uranga, Stewart, and Pascal all trying to play catch-up right now. So the future leading the way, the Super Grom in the lead right now. Again, that 9.33, the second highest score in competition, not only today, but for the event in total so far this year. So the kid from Hawaii looking pretty strong out there right now. Meanwhile, there you can see in the booth the South Africans who were just out in the water a little while ago. Jared Houston, Ian Campbell watching the action out in the water. And here we have up and riding Mike Stewart. Sets his line, driving down, resets, and he's going to just duck out as that one didn't really offer up much to work with. So Stewart with an 8.0 on his last wave to go with a 4.93. Still sitting in that third spot behind Alex Uranga and the heat leader Tanner McDaniel. But we're seeing a lot of 8-point rides registered from guys. Here's a replay of Mike on that last wave. Again, driving down the line, looking for a section that wasn't really lining up for him, so he ducked out. And the horn has sounded. And there you have it, folks. Tanner McDaniel with a combined heat score of 16.66. He will advance to round 5. Meanwhile, we will see Mike Stewart, Alex Uranga, and Michael Pascal again in round 4.
Counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And there you can hear in the background the countdown and the horn. That signals the start of Heat 7. here in round 3, day 3 of competition at the 2014 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. Out in the water right now in the red jersey, the 2011 world champion, Pierre-Louis Costas. He is joined in white. This man, Nicholas Bastos, up and riding. Nick finds a section, tweaks it out, gets a nice invert off that end section. Nicholas Bastos coming to us from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. One of the next generation of Brazilian riders. Meanwhile, you can see a little victory lap for Tanner McDaniel working his way in after winning that heat and earning himself a little break. He will skip round 4, go straight to round 5. Continuing the rundown, out in the water in the yellow jersey from Australia, Louis Finnegan. And rounding things out, the Brazilian Leonardo Costa. So a Frenchman, an Aussie, and a pair of Brasileiros out in the water right now, looking to get some work done here in round 3, the non-elimination round. Again, winner goes to round 5, second, third, and fourth go to round 4. As of right now, I do believe we're just going to run round 3 of the non-elimination, and then we will be on call again for tomorrow. We'll see what the conditions bring in the morning. But another 8 heats today, another round down, and we will move forward from there. But again, we have 2 more heats to go, so the business at hand. Heat 7, round 3, out in the water, PLC, Nick Bastos, Louis Finnegan, and Leo Costa.
First of white, 5.83.
All right, so while we wait for, oh, there it is, 5.83 for Nick Bastos, first score on the board for this heat. There you can see a nice crowd on the beach watching the event. While we wait for PLC, Louis Finnegan, and Leo Costa to get their heat underway with their first rides. Before, I was mentioning that for all the viewers at home, the need to come to Chile and experience Arica and El Gringo firsthand. There's tons of other waves in the area, but El Gringo and specifically an amazing bodyboarding venue. And just to give you a quick idea, right now the currency exchange rate, $1 US will get you 577 Chilean pesos, or roughly one real will get you 254.89. That's current exchange rate as of last night. So, I mean, you can get some pretty good deals here. The food is amazing, and there's plenty to see and do outside of the water, let alone some of the most consistent surf in the world. And up and riding on this wave, Nick Bastos on his second wave, driving down the line on the right. Rolls through the oncoming section, comes out clean, and will duck out. So Nick Bastos already with his first 2 scores on the board, 5.83, and he looks like somewhere in the 4-point range and just under a 3.83. So the scores filling in from the judges, Nick Bastos with a 5.83, 3.83 to get things started. Meanwhile, PLC, Louis Finnegan, Leo Costa, still waiting for their turn out in the water. And again, just taking a quick look, we've got Sebastian from here in Chile, a local of Cúpula do Poder. Let's see, mentioning the next event in Antofagasta, and giving a shout out to his daughter Colomba. So he's sending hugs to his daughter. Thank you, Sebastian, for tuning in Also, Art Fisher checking in from Newport, Oregon, in the Pacific Northwest of the United States. Art, great to have you on board watching the action out in the water today. So again, please be sure to keep sending in your posts to Association of Professional Bodyboarders on Facebook, as well as Arica Chilean Challenge on Facebook. I will do my best to continue getting through as many of the messages as possible. And No Garo tuning in is saying merci. It's nice to have the international viewers hitting me up here in the booth. Again, I appreciate everybody tuning in, sending in their messages, their shout-outs, and letting me know where you guys are all tuning in from. Meanwhile, trying to tune into the action out in the water here. Again, Nick Bastos out to the early lead with 2 rides under his belt already, a 5.83 and a 3.83. PLC, Louis Finnegan, Leo Costa still patiently awaiting their first go of things out in the lineup here in Heat 7 of Round 3. So again, a little downtime in the action out in the water, a little bit of a lull. We'll see if anything comes through. Just to touch on rankings a little bit. Coming into this event, PLC ranked 3rd on the World Tour. The 2011 World Champion. He has not yet made a final here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. We'll see if maybe we can pull up that graphic of the previous champions here at Arica while we wait for waves to come through. It looks like we're starting to see a little pickup out in the lineup. We'll see if anything rideable comes through, to have any takers out in the water. Again, that pulled back look of the rock shelf in front of the wave here at El Gringo. And up and riding PLC on the right-hander, his first venture into today's action. Nice flip from PLC. And there he comes out. Got a little caught up in the whitewater, but got it around and came out. Textbook PLC flipping off the right. Meanwhile, we've got action out the back. And it looks like Nick Bastos in white. Nick trying to stay busy. Had the first 2 waves, grabbing his 3rd there. And let's see what registers for PLC. A 6.67 on his first wave. That'll put Pierre in a 2nd position behind Nick Bastos. Meanwhile, Louis Finnegan and Leo Costa still await their first venture into wave activity here at the Arica Chilean Challenge, Round 3 this morning, Heat 7. Those guys looking to get on the board. Here's a replay of PLC on that last wave, driving down the line, hits the flip. There you can see the neon bottom of his board flashing as he goes around, completes the maneuver, and again, a 6.67 for his efforts on that wave. And it looks like up and riding on this nice set wave, Louis Finnegan on the left, driving down the line just ahead of the barrel. It spits out. He goes for the ARS, completes the maneuver. So didn't quite get in the barrel. He would have scored more points if he had stalled in that a little bit. But still gets the section, hits the air roll spin. That gets Louis Finnegan on the board for the morning here in Heat 7, Round 3. We'll wait for the scores to drop from the judges. And that was Leo Costa having a quick ride there. Not really lining up, so he kicks out. That'll get him on the board, but he'll look for something a little more substantial next time around. Meanwhile, Louis Finnegan scores, dropping in. This should be a pretty good score for Louis, a 7.27. That's enough to move him ahead of PLC into that second spot. So something solid to build off of there, a 7.27 for Louis Finnegan on his first wave. Now he's on the hunt for a secondary score, as is PLC, who gets bumped to third. He has a 6.33. He will be looking for a second score to add to his efforts out here this morning. All right, so with about 13 minutes remaining in the heat, Nick Bastos in the lead with a 5.83 and a 3.83 here in the, it's still early going, only about halfway through this heat. He's followed by Louis Finnegan with a 7.27, still looking for a secondary score. And it looks like Louis up and riding on the left. We'll see if we can get a replay of that. I couldn't quite see that whole ride as Louis went off frame a little bit. Looks like he should score a pretty decent mid-range score to improve his situation. Meanwhile, up and riding on the right, Leo Costa gets the nice roll. Comes down. Is he able to complete the maneuver? It looks like he got caught up. He came down with the lip. So scores filling in a 5.93 for Louis Finnegan on that last wave. Again, we'll see if we can get a replay of that last wave. Meanwhile, PLC outside. I do believe he has priority at the moment, looking for something to add to his 6.33 and improve his situation. Here's a replay of that last wave for Leonardo Costa. So again, situation out in the water. Louis Finnegan in the lead, 7.27, 5.60 for a combined 12.87, has him in that top spot. Meanwhile, Nicholas Bastos, the 5.83, 3.83, sitting in second position. PLC on the strength of a 6.33 in third. Big flip! Speak of the man. PLC with a 6.33 was looking to add a secondary score, going all out on that left-hander, but unable to complete the maneuver. A massive flip attempt. Here's a look at that last wave from PLC. Drops in, drives down the line, eyes up the section. Textbook PLC comes down. Big flip, dead stop, and unfortunately an incomplete maneuver. He gets a 2.33 for his effort, at least on that one. But again, he is currently in the third position, trying to track down a minimal score of a 3.34 to improve his position. So again, quick rundown: Louis Finnegan in the lead, and Nick Bastos in second, PLC in third, Leo Costa in fourth position.
que necesita mover el 0.2 para determinar cuánto está el brasileño de la costa, necesitando una moderación de 11.55. First priority white, second priority yellow, third priority black, fourth priority red.
All right, got a few more people tuning in, hitting us up there. You can see the competitors area. Guys like Mike Stewart, Amory, Laverne. Pretty much a who's who of competitors in the booth. And quick shout outs to Jason Ireland tuning in and watching from Barba Bachocha. I probably butchered the heck out of that, but thank you, Jason, for tuning in. Also, Kareem Jamal tuning in from Casablanca in Morocco. Always stoked to have the Moroccans tuning in. A big, loyal bodyboarding community there in Morocco. So to all of you in Morocco tuning in this morning, assalamu alaikum. Also, Christian tuning in, saying that right now in Thailand it's 34 degrees. He wouldn't mind some cold weather and coffee. I tell you what, Christian, I love it here, but I've always preferred warmer weather. I come from a cold weather climate, and I appreciate the warmer weather. Still, you know what? It's not all that bad here. I mean, yeah, we've been bundled up a little bit, but that's because I'm coming from living in Rio the last couple of years, so I've gotten used to the more warmer climates. I don't quite have my old New Jersey winter skin like I used to. I'm sure all my friends and family back at home in New Jersey making fun of me. There's a replay of the last wave. As I digress, thanks again to all the posts, shout-outs, and messages everybody sending in on Facebook at Association of Bodyboarders, Association of Professional Bodyboarders, and Arica Chilean Challenge. So keep hitting up Facebook, sending the posts, sending the messages, the shout-outs, letting us know where you're tuning in from. And also it looks like getting hit up right now, Alan Elaine from Barbados, currently residing in New York City, tuning in. He's been with us each and every day. So again, thank you to everybody for tuning in and hitting us up, staying tuned to the live action. And whoa there, Pierre nailing down that flip on the left-hander. So Pierre with a 6.33 and an 8.17 on his last wave takes the lead from Louis Finnegan. And Pierre doing some work out there. So again, situation change out in the water. PLC with a 6.33 and an 8.17. Just waiting to see what this last wave scores with the judges. PLC doing some work out in the water. A 6.80, his new secondary score. He strengthens his lead. He now has a combined heat score of 14.97. And the lead, Louis Finnegan, currently in that second spot with a 7.27 and a 5.83. Meanwhile, Nick Bastos still sitting on a 5.83 and 3.83 as high scores. And Leo Costa having a little trouble putting it together out there. Meanwhile, up and riding Nick Bastos, going for the air roll spin. Nice clean rotation. Combos it with the roll. Comes out. There you see he demonstrates control and will duck out just in front of that rock formation. So Bastos, a solid maneuvering, good combination. Showing commitment, rides it out right in front of the rocks. There you can see he's actually standing up on the rocks. Here's a replay. The air roll spin, gets the rotation, lands clean, combos it with the roll, and gets a little caught up in the whitewater, but rides out in front to demonstrate control, and literally right in front of those rocks coming up from underneath the water. And you can see him kind of get washed in a little bit and standing up on the rocks on the inside. And it looks like I've got Amory Laverne cruising into the booth to jump on some guest commentary. Here, let me move my breakfast out of the way, brother.
Hi, everyone.
All right, welcome Amaury into the booth. Glad to have you in here. How was it out there this morning?
Yeah, it was pretty good, man. We had some good waves, and you can see there Liwi on a really clean waves, and it's pretty small but still really powerful. Oh, that's a nice flip, and you see how dry it is. The tide was low, maybe around 9 o'clock this morning, and yeah, it's still pretty small and a bit slow. But when the wave comes, it's really nice to see them coming. Really glassy, powerful, and yeah, it's still like you can do like pretty much everything you want out there, and yeah, I've been loving surf there this morning.
Now it seems like you had a pretty dominant heat out there. You nailed down a couple of 8-point rides in your heat, looking pretty strong so far in competition. What's it going to take for you to nail down a win here?
Yeah, I've come in here since 10 years now, and yeah, my best result was a second place like a few years ago when Winchester won the contest, and yeah, I don't know, like everybody's been surfing really good here, and it's about the choice of waves, and it's really close to the rocks, so some other guys get a bit more, yeah, like keen to hit that end section, and yeah, just trying to get the best wave and going high. Many guys are trying to get the barrels, but we can see that aerial maneuvers are getting the best scores, so I'm saying that, but I just saw the best wave of this morning was McDaniel in the heat before, and he had this best barrel of the day.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of big scores so far this morning. Tega with a 9.67 barrel ride, and then Tanner McDaniel with a 9.33. The two high scores for the morning and for the event as well. Yesterday we also saw Diego Cabrera with the 9.67 for his big air forward off of one of the lefts. So you guys definitely have some ramps to play around with out there.
Oh yeah, you've got everything really. Yeah, just sometimes you think it's not gonna come, it's getting slow, but then when you see these lefts coming, it's just the best shape. There is actually a couple of rides. We saw Jacob Romero before did a nice flip on the right, and Yuri Valadao this morning too did a big flip on the right. So Pierre in this current heat actually had his nice flip on the right. So yeah, there is a bit of everything for everyone. Just have to be patient, and with the priority too, it's really there is like a full strategy there to really wait a good wave and don't rush. And so it's 25 minutes heat. So yeah, we've got time to get some waves.
So you were a finalist here in 2010, your championship year. What's it gonna? I know I kind of asked this question a little bit in the beginning, but what's it gonna take for you personally to be able to take that one step further and add a Arica championship to your title? To your
yeah,
resume?
it's. I've been thinking about that because actually Arica, it's one of my favorite contests here. We've got good wave. It's a high performance bodyboarding wave here, and there is many good riders this year here with Pierre and Ben and all these guys. I'm just trying to be really confident here. I've been training hard before I come here because it's actually pretty small this year, but usually it's big and it's cold, and you have to be like physically really like ready to surf this kind of waves. It seems that this year is going to be like more technical, as the forecast looks not that big, but it's going to be like some nice waves. So yeah, it's going to be technical strategy about the choice of wave. You really don't want to catch one wave and then the one after it's better. So yeah, it's going to be a whole strategy there, but just really to be confident and hit by hit, and yeah, see what's happening.
All right. Now earlier in the morning, I got some posts sent in from a few people in France, and they were talking about the Enel Challenge.
Oh yeah,
and you've got the Enel Challenge specialty event coming up. That's actually not too far off the contest window for that. You've been a part of that the past couple of years. Tell us a little bit about Enel.
Yeah, so actually I've been a part of it, like indirect. I've been the ambassador of this contest for the last 3 years. But I actually never had the chance to compete in this contest because it's like a really big waiting period. There are like 3 months waiting period. And I don't know really what did happen like a few years back, but last year I had my baby coming and I could not go there. And the year before I was in the French Championship in another contest, so I could not go there. But what I can tell you that this spot, it's one of the heaviest spots we have in France, like one of the best slab you can find in France. There is a couple slab up north and a couple slab in the Basque Country. So yeah, Hanael, it's one of the best contests in France today. So it's a part of the APB, and yeah, just this guy organized this comp. He's so passionate for bodyboarding, and he realized that he had a good wave close to his home, and he wanted to organize this contest. So yeah, I hope that many guys will go there this year, and I really hope that I can go this year. I'm really keen to go there, and they have some fun waves every year, and this part of France have a really special vibes there, and it's called Bretagne, and the guys over there are really cool and are really passionate about bodyboarding, and it's actually pretty cold, and you can see how the guys are keen to surf, and yeah, it's gonna be a great contest.
All right, so just to recap real quick, that last heat, that was PLC taking the win. He will move on to round 5. We will see the other guys in that heat, Nick Bastos, Louis Finnegan, and Leo Costa again in round 4. Meanwhile, the horn has sounded. We are underway. The final heat of round 3, the non-elimination round, out in the water right now in red. Magno Passos. He is joined by fellow Brazilian Roberto Bruno in the white jersey, and rounding things out in yellow, Diego Cabrera and Yoann Florentine in blue. Yoann, the former World Tour Rookie of the Year.
Oh yeah, and the heat is on. We've got Diego Cabrera, the Canarian guy, on his first ride. Got a nice line. He's going to come on that. Oh, and it's not. Yeah, the wave. It's pretty hard to read that right. Yeah, it's sometimes like really long wave, and you don't know if you have to hit the first section or just wait for this end ball. And but he's gonna back out there. The heat just on his start, so yeah, he's got plenty of time.
So Diego Cabrera on that one ran off a little bit. He gets on the wing first, but then paddle back out and look for something a little more substantial on the next go around. Meanwhile, the other 3 guys out in the water, Magno, Alberto, and Yoann, looking to get on the board.
Yeah, actually the strategy...
All right, and so as I was saying, those guys out in the water are looking to get on the board. So again, early going out here. You had alluded to it. We've been seeing a little bit of a extended lull with the smaller conditions right now. So how much is strategy and priority coming into play?
Yeah, and especially with this format. I mean, now you're not looking for like to be first or second and just catch, because it's pretty slow out there. So you could think, oh, I'm going to catch some wave quickly to make first and second and pass my heat. But you really want to be first in this heat, so you have to go big. You have to wait for the best waves, and that we saw it in this morning. The ranking during the heat is just changing really fast. Like every wave, we have a different situation, and the guy coming back, and the next wave, and the next wave. So yeah, it's a different strategy, and yeah, everybody want to be passionate, want to have the best wave, and want to go big. So we saw some guys trying some crazy moves like in the rocks, and yeah, just sometimes it's paying, and we got this nice set coming.
Set rolling in.
It looks like
one of the bigger waves of the day so far.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that one's going to go unridden.
Yeah, it's coming a bit too south, so yeah, you can't really have that end ball on the left when the set is coming from the south. But we're going to have some takeoff there. Magno Passos from Brazil on that right. See his bottom turn. He's a solid rider. He's going to arrive there. And boom, that's nice, a big iris there. Oh, really hard to land that thing. But yeah, it's been big. As I said before, everybody wants to go big to be first on this hit.
And White Alberto Bruno pulling into the barrel. Oh, finds daylight, combos it with a roll.
That was
nice
deep.
Wave by the veteran Brazilian.
That was deep. I almost thought he would not made it.
I thought he got pinched in the barrel, but somehow, some way, he found the exit on that one. And combos it with a roll. That'll be a strong score.
And you see all the boys there. All the guys are there together and just watching the contest and waiting for that next round. So do you think that next round is going to happen today?
I have not received official word as of right now. When we started this morning, I was basically told we were going to run round 3 and go from there, see how things pan out. As of right now, I mean, it actually looks pretty good out there. Here's the replay for Magno on that air roll spin attempt on the right. just kind of coming down in that whitewater explosion in the V, as we've been referring to it in recent events, and just unable to maintain control. But that follow-up wave by Alberto Bruno, that barrel was pretty impressive.
That was cool, yeah.
And look at this, another 9.67. That's the third 9.67 we've seen in competition. The second one today. That's the tie for the highest score in the event so far. So that seems to be the mark at this point. Alberto Bruno with a 9.67 to open up his campaign out in the final heat of round 3. A solid barrel and able to combo it with the roll there. So Alberto Bruno, the veteran Brazilian competitor, is showing his skills out there.
Yeah, this guy is a machine. He's been on the tour, and I'm pretty sure he won maybe 4 or 5 times the Brazilian title. So he's a solid rider, and yeah, he's coming in Chile every year. And we've got the white jersey, Roberto Bruno. Oh, that was the replay, sorry. That was the replay of this crazy barrel. You see how deep he was. He was behind the shockwave, and he had this nice roll out, and yeah, he's claiming it. He could be stocked, because we saw so many riders get locked in the barrel since morning with that shock wave, because the wave is actually really shallow. So when that lip touch the reef, it just make a big explosion in the barrel, and it's get really hard to make it.
We're going on next round. We're in the next round.
Prioridad 1, color negro, prioridad 2, amarillo, prioridad 3, rojo, prioridad 4, blanco.
And here we have the replay of Alberto Bruno one more time. Super deep, just when you thought he wasn't going to make it out. Finds daylight, combos it with the roll. So barrel to roll combo for Alberto Bruno, a 9.67.
I just had a big news. It's actually official. We're going to continue with the next round. This
All right, so as Amaury was saying, we've just received official word from Craig Haddon. We are going to go into round 4, so we will go into the 3-man elimination heats. So taking advantage of the waves while they're here.
Yeah, and the weather too, because since a couple days, early morning, I could see that the sky was getting blue like pretty early. And here in Chile, it's a special climate with the desert, and all the winds are thermic here. So when the sun is really high, it's just put out all the clouds, and the wind come onshore. So today it looks pretty cloudy, and that's mean the wind is not going to come too early, or maybe we can compete until midday or 1 o'clock in the afternoon with some good conditions. And forecast looks a bit smaller for tomorrow, and then another small swells coming for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So yeah, we should keep going, and this is what the APB just decided, and I think it's a good call.
All right, there you can see on screen the riders out in the lineup waiting for the next round of waves to come in. And you were mentioning the area here, a very special area here in Arica. The weather is very stable, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Arica known as the land of eternal spring. Something that's interesting here, you've got the ocean, the desert, the mountains all together. You've got 2 major valleys here, the Azapa and Luda valleys, coming into the dissecting the Atacama Desert.
Yeah, and you've got the Gringo.
Dissect this one, a nice air roll spin there from Magno Passos on the left.
Yeah, that was cool. Yeah, that was really good, and he used his first priority, and that was his first good wave. And we've got 2 waves. Diego Cabrera, unfortunately, can't really find a good timing on this ramp. And we had someone, I don't know, maybe it was Florentine on that barrel on the left, and I'm pretty sure they split the peak. Diego on the right and Florentine on the left. So yeah, we could not see the both of wave, but we're gonna have the replays coming soon. And I've got Diego there, and he was almost like a good air reverse ramp, and he arrived a bit too late. And yeah, as we see Florentine coming back to the lineup, so he just ride his first wave.
All right, and it looks like we have a few more people tuning in. Scott Fuller coming to us from Baroda in Australia, asking you, what's your favorite wave in Australia?
Oh, my favorite wave in Australia, this is a really good call. Actually, many people ask me most of the time what is my favorite wave, like in Australia or in the world, and I always answer that depends on my mood. I mean, if you're really looking for big airs, Nugget Point could be the wave, but if you really want looking for a mechanical wave, Aussie pipe could be the one, and if you're looking for some big slab, maybe Shark Island could be the one. So yeah, you guys have too much wave to answer to this question. Sorry, it's just yeah, just amazing the waves you have.
And here we have Alberto Bruno on his second wave, and that's going to run off, so he'll duck out the back on that one, and he will still continue on the hunt for a solid secondary score.
Florentine on the sick barrel on the left is really deep. I don't know if it's going to make that. That was really fast and closing out at the end, but yeah, it seems like a good wave. It's hard. The wave is actually so glassy, so when you take off, it's hard to know what the wave's going to do. And like when you are starting the wave and bottom turn, this is where you can you start to see what the wave's going to do. And so yeah, so it's why sometimes you see you have the wrong line because you don't know what the wave's going to do.
Also, real quick, Mark Roberts tuning in from North Wales, posting a picture on the APB Facebook page. A little screen grab of you and me on there with him. It looks like he's got his computer hooked up to the flat screen, so he's got a full big screen view of the competition out in the water today. Thank you, Mark, for tuning in and watching the live action.
So what about the situation?
Quick situation rundown out in the water. Currently, Johan Florentine with a 9.0.
So yeah, that was the barrel we saw before. Quickly,
that was the big barrel we saw in passing. He has a 2.0 for a secondary score that he's looking to replace at the moment, but that 9.0 has Johan in the lead. He's followed by Alberto Bruno with a 9.67
That's close.
and a 1.0.
Really close.
So some big scores, yes.
Yeah, and Magno is 7.5, so yeah, everything it's close. Just Diego Cabrera still looking for his first good wave. But that's going to be a nice battle with 14 minutes remaining.
So there you have it. Florentine in first, Bruno second, Passos third, Cabrera in fourth. Seeing some nines dropped in this heat. That 9.67, the big score, but the 9.0 has Johan Florentine in the lead right now. Just under 14 minutes remaining in this heat. And again, if you are just tuning in, welcome to day 3 of competition here at the 2014 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. We are going to go into round 4 of competition, 3-man elimination heats. So the second, third, and fourth place finishers from the round 3 heats will be coming up again in round 4. So stay tuned for that. Right now in the booth with me, I have 2010 world champion and 2013 vice champion, Amaury Laverne from
hi,
Reunion
boys.
Island.
Yeah, it's stuck to be here and stuck to comment a bit. And so yeah, actually, as I finished first on my first heat, I'm pretty relaxed today, and it's going to be nice to watch this next round. So we're going to have some 3-men's heat, which is pretty good with this kind of conditions, as it's getting a bit slow out there, but we can see that some big score dropping off during this heat. So yes, it seems a bit slow, but when it's coming, I can tell you that it's some good waves coming through out there in the gringo, and many people around as we are Sunday today. And yeah, it's great to see how the people likes bodyboarding here, and every year it's more people and more people here watching the contest, and yeah, it's great to be here. And
now I'd like to ask this of everybody who comes in the booth and has an opportunity to take a heat off with the non-elimination round and advancing to round 5. What does it mean to you to be able to take that heat off and skip around?
Yeah, I'm pretty relaxing. Actually, we are here. I'm here since a couple of weeks now. Like I spent 1 week in Iquique and then 1 week here. So I was really excited to surf. You know, like every morning. Like yesterday, I was really keen for my heat, and this morning I was really excited to surf. You know, so yeah, I'm pretty relaxing now. But I'm already excited to surf my next heat. You know, and to get some good waves out there. And yeah, so it's good to have a break, but I mean, I will enjoy to surf it more, and yeah, I'm actually already excited to be there tomorrow to surf my heat.
And taking a look at that last wave was Diego Cabrera. You could see not really lining up the way he wanted, so he let it roll by. He slapped the water in frustration and having a little trouble putting it together here in this non-elimination heat. Right now, he only has a 1.0 and a 1.83 to his score. A little uncharacteristic of Diego, having a little bit of a struggle out there, getting it lined up.
Yeah, you just have to calm down, really. Like with that format, as you are looking for the first place, You see Magno how he's patient, you know, he's just waiting for another score. He knows he have a 7.5, but maybe the next wave comes going to be a 9 point, you know. Everything can change really fast, so it's good to be patient, and you can see some riders can be more patient than the others and keep calm in the lineup and breathe and just wait for another good wave and to going big.
So right now we have 10:45 remaining, and the situation remains unchanged out in the water at the moment. Johan Florentine in the lead with a 9.0 and a 2.0, looking to replace that 2.0. But right now it's enough to combine for an 11.0 heat score and the lead over Roberto Bruno, Passos, and Diego Cabrera.
Just flipping on the dry rocks. That was sick. That was a small wave, but you can see, like in my heat, for example, I had one of my best waves with that third priority, because we've got some set, and then you got some inside one that the guy with the first priority, they're not even looking, and Diego with his fourth priority just have his best wave right now, and that was a pretty solid flip. He had a 6.83 for that, you know. So, and the other guy did not even look that wave, so it's a good strategy.
A quick replay of Diego on that last wave. Drops in, sets his line, driving, hits the ARS, and there you can see he comes out through the whitewater explosion and rides through, demonstrating control and completion.
You really want to clean, like to have a really fast landing on this kind of wave. It was pretty much a closeout on dry reef, so yeah, you really want to have a clean landing to be confident on your technically and yeah, just to making fast.
So there you have it, a 6.83 on that last wave gets Diego back in the mix. Still in that fourth spot, but only needs a marginal score, a 3.85 to improve his position. All of these guys have some pretty solid scores under their belt. Still looking to firm things up with secondary scores. So it'll be interesting to see how things shake out from here with each of these guys. One solid score, still on the hunt for something a little more substantial the second time around.
It's 9 minutes remaining, and the next set is going to be really important for this heat, and because everybody is really close to each other, and Roberto just in a 1.34, which is pretty much just take off on a wave, and Magno just need a 3.18, which is pretty much nothing. And we've got Roberto Bruno, the Brazilian guy there, with his back off wave and a nice barrel to a clean roll. It's a small wave, but that's going to secure that he's going to go back to the first place, and that's going to secure his first position.
And it looks like we have another wave being ridden, pulling in deep on that one behind the section. Couldn't quite make out who that was. It looks like that was Johan Florentine in the black jersey. So Johan pulling in a little too far behind the section on that one. It won't really affect his overall score, and he's still looking to replace that 2.0 as a secondary score.
Yeah. And we see the score dropping off for Roberto Bruno slowly but surely. He just needed a 1.34. He just have a 5.33, so get back on the first place with a 15-point total. And Johan Florentine, need now a 6.01 to get back on the first place.
So, as we were talking about, each of these guys needed a secondary score. Roberto Bruno finding a good mid-range score with the 5.33. Now Johan still looking to replace that 2.0. Diego looking to replace a 1.83. And Magno looking to replace a 2.50. And it looks like out the back we might have a little set wave rolling in.
How clean is this wave?
The first one goes unridden, but it looks like we have a second one as well. We'll see if anybody paddles into position.
Magno Oliveira uses his first priority, take off behind the peak. He's looking for a small barrel there. He didn't have he lost the momentum to hit that lip. Pretty hard. He was. You can see he was a bit. He didn't know if he had to get the barrel or hit the lip, and. In this, when you have a wave like not that big, it's better to try to hit the lip and make a maneuver from it.
Yeah, that one looked a little tricky. It seemed like he was faced with the option of either stalling for the barrel or, as you were saying, hitting the section. But a little bit of an indecision there, and the opportunity passed him by.
The wave is
much to work with at the end.
The wave is actually pretty fast here, so you have to know what you're gonna do, and this is a difference. Sometimes you see some riders, they know really well the wave, so even before take off of the wave, just to see the lines coming, they already knows what they're going to do, they already knows what the wave's going to offer to them, and they already knows if they're gonna slow down to a barrel or just race it to make a big maneuver. So yeah, didn't any change now. Magno just had a 3.83 on that last one. He's gonna go back in the lineup with a fourth priority. It's a 6 minutes remaining, so yeah, just everything can happen.
Yeah, so looking at that last wave, the 3.83 improved his overall combined score marginally. It was enough to move him into the second spot ahead of Johan Florentine. But again, Johan sitting on that 9, just looking for a solid backup.
Yeah,
he doesn't even really need anything big. At this point, he needs a 2.34.
Yeah, but that's for to be second, I think. That's not to be first.
Yeah, I think you're right. Still, marginal score for Johan puts him right back into the mix to start off with that 9.0.
Yeah, like more or less like with the 9.67 of Roberto Bruno and the 5.33, Johan pretty much need like a 6 point something, like a 6 point high to get back to the first place. And so yeah, just have to wait for a good wave and going for it.
Yeah, we're down to about 5 minutes remaining, and again, right now it's Alberto Bruno in the lead on the strength of a 9.67 and a 5.33. Meanwhile, Magno Passos, Diego Cabrera, and Johan Florentine trying to catch up.
And
with
we've got Johan
top spot. Yeah, and here we have Johan.
Johan Florentine there, just taking his line, little barrel, and a nice roll out. That was really clean.
Very nice wave there from the former Rookie of the Year, Johan, doing some work. Now, from what I understand, he's been spending a lot of time working at a surf school as an instructor. So this is actually the first time in a while, from what I believe he was saying, that he's actually been out in the water bodyboarding.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I didn't saw him since a couple months. And quickly, we've got Roberto Bruno on this wave, a nice barrel, another strong roll. And yeah, that's going to maybe secure his second place. I don't know. It's going to be, yeah, it's pretty much same thing that he had on this wave before, but
it looks like a 5.33 for Johan.
Yeah, and he still needed a 6.01 now, Johan. But let's see with that last wave of Roberto Bruno, if he improves his last score, the gap is going to be a bit bigger now. And so yeah, about Johan, he was working all the summer in the school of Nicolas Capdeville. So Nicolas have a big school in Mimizan, which is like an hour and a half north of Osego, and yeah, he's been working there all the summer, and yeah, so he's pretty hungry to catch waves and really stoked to be here in Chile.
All right, so there it is, a 6.03 dropping in for Alberto Bruno. That will strengthen his overall combined heat total to a 15.70. That helps strengthen that lead. Johan Florentine currently in second, now needs a 6.71. He is followed by Magno Passos in third position and Diego Cabrera in fourth. Diego with the 6.83, but he's had a little trouble getting things dialed in. Other than that, still looking for a solid secondary score. So Diego currently sitting in that fourth spot. Again, second, third, and fourth will go on to the three-man elimination round 4.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty intense. So they're already calling the next heat, which is going to be the first heat of the round 4, with Eddington Lorello from Brazil, Hiram Cabrera from the Canary Islands, and Matias Diaz, the rookie from Iquique, Chile.
So, again, we will be going into round 4 today, continuing on here on day 3 at the 2014 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. And as Amaury was alluding to, we've got Elton Lorero, Aram Cabrera, and Matias Diaz leading things off with the first heat of round 4. 3-man elimination heats. So the second, third, fourth place finishers from here in round 3, we'll see them all again in round 4. And 2 of them will be advancing on from round 4 to round 5 to go up against heat winners such as yourself.
Yeah. Now that's going to be a really interesting round, and a freeman's heat. I like the freeman's heat. It just gives you a little bit more space in the water and more chance to get a good wave. And but yeah, it's going to be pretty intense round.
And look at this, Amaury. Sorry to cut you off.
No worries.
Set coming in.
Yeah, it's good to see some waves come through, and yeah, the ocean never give up here.
Yeah, it looks like a little something standing up on the outside there. A couple of guys paddling over for position.
And it's 1 minute 20 seconds remaining, so that's really important.
Magnopos up and riding on the left, comes off the bottom, and hits the eject button halfway through that maneuver. It looked like he was going to hit off the top for maybe an invert, but then just bailed.
Yeah, just
How
lost
sketchy
the
is it
momentum.
to bail in that situation
Oh
out
yeah,
there?
and you just watch down and you see like a dry, it's not actually a reef, it's just the dry rocks there with all the shells on it that they call pico roco. This is like a prehistoric shells, just yeah, it's gnarly.
Yeah, I'm constantly referring to it as a reef, but as you just mentioned and Mike Stewart said yesterday, it's basically rock covered in barnacle.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
barnacle.
it's like a cheese grater out there.
Exactly, this is gnarly. The bottom is not flat at all here, and there is many injuries in the last few years. Like Diego Cabrera had already some serious injury here, and yeah, this is a gnarly place to surf even when it's small.
Yeah, the other day, I think I mentioned it the other day, but even during the regional competition, we saw one of the competitors get put into the rocks, and he had to be jet skied out of the lineup and taken off in a ambulance to receive medical attention. That was one of that was pretty heavy because it was one of my first days here at seeing El Gringo in person. And that was pretty intense.
Yeah, this is intense, man. So many, like Diego Cabrera already had like a brain damage or something like that. Like he spent 1 month in the hospital here from landing a move. And then the year before, I think he opened his arm pretty bad and had like an infection. And then this year, he just opened his elbow again in the Rancio, which is another wave in Arica. And so yeah, the waves here are powerful. They're really close to the rocks, and you have to watch out.
All right, so just to give everybody a quick heads up, the results from that last heat, it was Alberto Bruno taking the heat win. He will skip around, and we will see him again in round 5. Meanwhile, we will see the other 3 riders coming up at the end of round 4, which we are going into now. We are already underway. The horn has sounded. Out in the water in red, Elton Lorero. In yellow, Aram Cabrera. And in blue, Matias Diaz.
So yeah, so Matias Diaz is a local from Chile. He's just 19 years old. I've been staying with him and his brother last week in Iquique, and I told you these guys get some serious skill. I was really impressed. He's technically really good on the right, on the left, and he's just 19, and I was surprised how organized he. Like, he studied from 8 at night to 11 at night, surfing in the morning, sleeping in the afternoon, and this is pretty much his life. And he's really passionate about bodyboarding, and so you're going to see these guys in the next few years. It's going to be a big name. Aram Cabrera is a Canadian guy, but he's actually living in Chile since a couple of years now in Iquique. He's got his own brand of bodyboarding, and yeah, so he's surfing on the Iquique bodyboarding scene since 2 years now. And Ellington Loureiro, which is from Espírito Santo, north of Brazil, and yeah, really solid rider too.
Elton Loureiro, the 2013 Rio Karaoke Tour champion, out in the water right now. So solid crew out in the water right now, representing various destinations around the world. Again, we are just getting underway with round 4, 3-man priority elimination heats. Top 2 riders will advance on to round 5 to face off against the round 3 winners. And we're continuing on here on day 3 at the 2014 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. I'm Steve Action Jackson. In the booth with me, I have Amaury Laverne, 2010 world champion. We're calling the action out in the water, and also reading through some comments and posts online. Let me just take a quick look and see who's tuning in now. Again, I'd like to thank everybody for watching the live webcast, as well as dropping comments, questions, shout outs. And let's see, Amaury, Christian tuning in, asking, could you please share some diet tips?
Yeah, so diet tips. So I've been learning about diet in the last 4 or 5 years. Most of the things I've been learning, been talking with some people like Mike Stewart and a guy like that, and you are actually what you eat. So this is pretty much your fuel, and this is really important things in combination with your physical activity. Because I saw many people just taking care of what they eat, but not doing really sport next to it. So no, I'm pretty much know what is good and what is bad for me. But doing sport every day, I just open my diet a bit more. And some people, maybe if they don't do sport every day, they have to take care a bit more. That's what I'm doing. So pretty much when you're doing a lot of sport, you need a lot of. Sorry, but I just see this wave there from the rider in red, Electron Loreto, and he's just on his nice barrel roll out. So yeah, so you just don't eat too much fat, not too much sugar, and protein is the base of your muscle strength. So yes, so little like the best balance between protein and carbohydrates with low fat or good fat like olive oil and stuff like that, and the physical activity like at least an hour a day every day. That will be the best balance you can find. But yeah, you can find so many information on internet today. Talk with some people around you, and just not too much fat and not too much sugar. That's the key.
And that was a quick replay of Elton Lavero on that last wave. Old barrel to roll combo there. And he should get a pretty solid score on that. Again, just waiting for scores to drop in. Meanwhile, Aram Cabrera getting on the board. So a quick little wave exchange out in the water. Elton Lavero, Aram Cabrera getting things going. We'll give you a score update in just a moment. The 7.0 for Elton Lavero on his first wave puts him into the early lead. He also has a 3.83 to back that up. So 7.0 to start, 3.83 is the secondary score. He'll look to strengthen that as time goes on out here in this round 4 heat. This is heat 1, round 4, day 3 of competition here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. And also tuning in, Jorge Jr. asking for results from the last 2 heats. In heat 7, round 3, we saw PLC winning. So Nick Bastos, Louis Finnegan, and Leonardo Costa will be coming up again here in round 4. And in that last heat, we saw Alberto Bruno coming out strong with a 9.67, taking out the field in that heat. So we will see Magno Passos, Diego Cabrera, and Johan Florentine again at the end of round 4 later today. Also tuning in, just looking real quick, we've got Henry Finn tuning in from Adelaide in Australia. Stanley tuning in from Macau. Stanley saying, Vamos Canarias. Great stream, keep up the great work. Also, Henry asking Amari, what do you think of Knights Beach in Australia?
Yeah, actually never been in Knight Beach, but I heard so much good thing about it. I almost went it this year for a step of the Australian tour, and actually I was busy to another coast, like a couple thousand K on the coast up north, and so I didn't have the opportunity to go there yet. But I heard it's a really good left wedge, and really good for contest. And actually just after, I'm pretty sure it's Joe Clark won this contest this year there, and a few days after I saw him in Duramba surfing with him, and he seems stoked to have a contest there. And
check this out, the event organizer Tamade on the camera getting the action out in the water, and there you see the Chilean Matias Diaz going to work, getting his first wave.
And you see the organizer of this contest, Tomate Peralta, there behind the camera, because he used actually I remember a few years ago he organized this contest, and he was always here with his camera taking some shots, and he's loving it actually, and yeah, now he's behind the camera and helping his crew there, and for the live, and yeah, he's loving it. And we've got Matias, there's a little replay of his last wave, and he's looking for the ramp, but a really clean flip, and perfect landing. Really vertical. You can see how his board just stick on his body, and it's that's the difference. Really, the judge are making the difference between like a IRSs and backflip. That was pretty much a perfect backflip. So yeah, let's see what the judge gave to him. Oh, I'm pretty sure he had like a 6.57 on this first wave.
Yeah, so 6.57 gets him started, that's enough to put him in the second spot. Now he just needs a secondary score to try and challenge Heliton Lorero. But again, now that we're into round 4, three-man heats, three-man priority heats, it is the top 2 riders advancing out. So 2 guys make it out, 1 man will be left on the outside looking in. And right now it's Heliton Lorero and Matias Diaz. Aram Cabrera still looking to put something together out there. He has 1 wave under his belt, but a minimal score. He'll look to replace that moving forward and build from there.
So we've got a question here from Davo Fever. I know this guy actually is a guy from north of France and in the same area where they have the contest of Anael. He asked me why some guys are not here this year in this contest and actually not just in this contest, like on the tour. And guys like Winnie, Rollins, Herb, Hardy. What I can say, it's some guys that just have some different priority this year. We've got Winnie, just have his 3rd daughter, and I know he's focused on free surfing this year. Rollins, it's focused on his company, and yeah, just free surfing too. And Herb is actually open his own company, so he's focused on that. And I mean, I never really think about making my own company, but I imagine it might be pretty hard to focus on the tour and focus on your company. There is so many bodyboarding brands today in the world. From my point of view, there is too much brand, and so the guys have to work hard on communication, on exposure, and so yeah, so it might be hard to do both. And because this year it's like a transition between the IBA and the APB, some guys just take this opportunity to have a break. And yeah, I don't know, like a guy like Hubbard is following the tour since more than 20 years now, and so yeah, I can understand he won't have a break to focus on his brand.
Now with Jeff and Dave Hubbard, I know for a fact they've been busy doing a movie premiere tour. They've had premieres in California, Hawaii, even in Mexico during Cabo Freak Fest with Manny Vargas. So they've been all over the place promoting their company and doing their film premiere. And as for this last name on here that he was asking about, Ryan Hardy, Ryan has started his own bodyboarding school in Australia, and apparently he's been doing rather well with that.
In Indonesia mainly. He's mainly bringing some guys in Indonesia for surfing, and we see some action out there. The Canadian rider Aram Carrera on this nice left, backdoor barrels in a lot of speed, and a nice roll.
Nice big air roll on that.
Nice big air roll. Oh, he's keen. That was a good way. You see how much speed he had, like getting out of this barrel, and he chose to secure a nice roll. And but that's gonna make the difference in the next few hits. You know, some guys it's gonna roll, some other guys gonna flip, some other guys gonna hair forward. And but yeah, at this stage of the contest, that was a good wave, 8.67.
And that's definitely gonna be more to Aram's liking. An 8.67. Now he just needs to bump that 0.83 for a new secondary score, and he can take a shot at that top spot. But definitely putting himself in a good position to try and advance out. But again, Matias Diaz with a 6.57 to open things up. Looking for a secondary score at the moment, really only needs a marginal score of 2.94 to change the situation out in the water. We have about 13 minutes remaining. And again, Heliton Lorero in the lead with a 7.0, looking to replace a 3.83 for a backup score. So we're seeing it's similar to that last heat. One solid score for each of these guys, but trying to back it up to firm up that score and hold on to their position a little. So it'll be interesting to see if they're able to track down the waves. Just sneaking a peek outside, it looks like, you know, it's a little quiet out there at the moment. So while we wait for the next set to roll through, it looks like we have OGM Board Shop in France tuning in. Giving a little shout out to the fellow Frenchman PLC. So again, thank you to everybody for tuning in and hitting up with posts at Association of Professional Bodyboarders and Arica Chilean Challenge on Facebook. Been doing our best to get through the comments, the shout outs, and don't forget to let us know where you're tuning in from so we can give you proper respects as such. Meanwhile, out in the water, looks like we have Matias Diaz up and riding. Pulls into the barrel, comes out with the spit, quick little in and out, hits the roll, and right in front of the rocks.
That was crazy. Almost nosedive straight in the rocks, and yeah, it's pretty scary, that end part of the waves, and you actually from like the dry rock to that little channel, and so some guys are just waiting to pass these dry rocks to hit the lip, and Matias just tried this crazy roll to finalize his wave, and yeah, almost hit the rocks.
Oh man, so a little sketchy maneuvering there from the Chilean. But these guys, they charge out here. They just throw caution to the wind. And here we have Elton Lerero, a nice air roll, very similar to his first wave, but not a lot to follow it up with. But that will definitely get rid of that 3.83 as a backup score. So Elton Lerero,
yeah, that's gonna be another good score. He's gonna back on the first place, and he just needed like a 4.25. So that's definitely a hit. We see the scores coming up. It's gonna be a pretty high score, and actually a 6.67 on his last wave, so he's getting back on the first place, and Matias Diaz getting dropped down to the second place, and Hiram Correa with the best wave of the heat, waiting for a second score.
Yes, Aram with an 8.67 on that second wave of his, just needs a secondary score at the moment. But to some shuffling around here, Diaz the first, Lerero the second, then Lerero back to first, Diaz the second, Aram Cabrera looking for that backup score to get into the mix of things a little bit here. Again, just needs a marginal score to get into that second and advancing spot. We've got about 10 minutes remaining, and situation out in the water is Lerero first, Diaz second, Cabrera in third.
Yeah, and Cabrera just needed 2.58. It's 10 minutes remaining. You've got the first priority, so he's going to be patient and just waiting for the next sets coming. The wave's been pretty much like a bit slow, but I mean, in every hit we saw some high performance and some high score. So yeah, you can see even with some small forecast, Gringo is just yeah, really consistent and still good for bodyboarding.
All right, and I'd like to say thanks to Gwen Ranenbo for the screen grab. Been getting some pictures from people. They've been taking screen grabs of the webcast. So yesterday there was a good one of me and Mike in here. It looked like we were just for the Arctic.
Yeah, so Gwen Ranenbo is actually the organizer of the NIL Challenge.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, good friend of mine. He's been in Réunion Island a few years ago, and he's actually from the north part of France. So where I come from, it's really beautiful, and actually NIL Challenge, it's a wave behind a small island. The small island is like maybe a K from the shore. So you can't really see the wave from the shore, and so you have to paddle until the island, which is a private island, and then behind this island you've got that slab NIL. So it's such a big mission to organize this contest, to have internet on this island. I'm pretty sure they have to put a cable like under the sea, and to have the internet on the island, and so they bring people with the boat in the morning. It's such a crazy scenario there, and it's been a dream for him to organize this contest. And he actually named this wave Hanael. That guy named this wave. And yeah.
Amaury, look out the back. The birds are
highway
heading down. You know what usually follows after those birds flying across in that giant flock? That usually means the onshore winds are not too far behind. So let's keep our fingers crossed that the offshores hold off and we can get through as much of round 4 as possible.
Yeah,
but it's almost like clockwork here each day.
Yeah, still pretty cloudy now. So, and we see Hiram Correa really want to have a second wave, and he's just fighting to land this roll on the rocks. I don't know if he made it, but he just needed like a 2.58. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he's gonna get it if he lands this roll. But yeah, it's hard sometimes to just be patient and just to have another wave. But
so we're getting a lot of photos sent in that showing me and Amaury on TV. People with their feet kicked up, just kicking back, enjoying some good international bodyboarding here at El Gringo. Thank you to Gwen, thank you to Jorge Jr., and yesterday, Shane Lono in Hawaii sending one in. So thank you to everybody for the screen grabs and the photos. We're glad you're enjoying the live webcast and the action out in the water. We're glad to be able to bring you professional bodyboarding at its highest level here at El Gringo in Arica, Chile. The 11th annual running of the Arica Chilean Challenge.
We had just a big change in the ranking now. We had the last wave of Arica that's rolled in the closeout was a 3.1. So he actually get back on the second place, and he need now a 5.01 to get back on the first place. But Matias Diaz is actually third, but he just need a 5.21 to get back on the second place. Sorry, it's 6 minutes remaining, and I don't know about the priority, but it might be Matias with the first priority and Hellington with the second. So yeah, everything can happen, and so stay tuned.
Yeah, we have about 6 minutes remaining, and right now, again, Heliton Lorero in the lead, Aram Cabrera moving into that second spot, but things are still wide open. And it looks like we got Teza McKenna checking in with us. Always stoked to hear from Teza. Thanks for watching, brother. Good to have you along for the ride.
And see you in Sintra for sure, Teza. Gonna be there, so the Sintra Pro is gonna happen. Maybe it's going to be the 16th edition of the Sintra Pro, or 17, can't remember. And every year it was at the end of August, and this year with all the change, they put it at the end of September, which is really good, I think, because the waves are getting heaps better during this month in Portugal, and it's going to be the occasion for us to maybe surf some new waves around the comp, and yeah, to have some good weather anyway, because it's pretty much sunny all year over there, and yeah, it's going to be a great contest.
One of the things I'm really looking forward to with that event is it's a multi-division event. I'll get back to that in just a moment. Up and riding, Matias Diaz.
Oh, Matias Diaz just getting the barrel at the last second, and he's going to make it, but yeah, I don't know how much the judge is going to give him. The wave was actually really fast, and he needed like a 5.21. He's going to be pretty close, and yeah, let's see what the judge gives to him for this.
All right, now as I was saying with Sintra, this year, Sintra is usually a multi-division event, but this year you've got men's, women's, drop knee, and a junior pro division.
Oh, junior, I didn't know that.
So 4 divisions will be run this year at the Sintra Portugal Pro in September. So I'll be interested to watch all of that go down.
Yeah, that's going to be great.
You guys will be stoked on that event.
Yeah, I'm stoked to be there. I'm pretty sure I'm going to go there with my family. And I love Portugal. This is such a big bodyboarding community there, and Sintra is pretty much the first international event I ever done. And a few years back, I was sleeping on the beach, waiting for my hits. You know, like wake up every morning for this contest, and just traveling by train from France with some friend from Réunion, and just so happy to be a part of it. And yeah, it's going to be another great Sintra edition this year for sure.
All right, so just a quick update out in the water. 3:35 remaining. Heliton Lorero in the lead with a combined heat total of 13.67. He's followed by Aram Cabrera, who has an 11.77. Meanwhile, on the outside looking in at the moment, Matias Diaz sitting in the third spot, but really only needs a mid-range score of 5.21 to supersede Aram Cabrera in that second spot and advance out of this heat. Time counting down, 3:15 left in the heat. Still plenty of time for Matias Diaz to collect himself, maintain composure, and make a go of things out in the water, try and get that score that he needs.
Exactly, but I'm pretty sure now we've got the third priority. It's a 3 minutes remaining. Everything is possible, but when you get the third priority, sometimes it's a bit hard to back up, but maybe he's got to cruise inside and find something there, and yeah, and Aram Cabrera, his second wave is just a 3.1, so yeah, it's gonna be close.
Yeah, we're getting down to crunch time at the moment, counting down 2.5 minutes remaining. Aram Cabrera up and riding, looking to firm up that second spot. Nice invert off of the closeout section there. So Aram Cabrera looking to strengthen his score. That should replace that 3.10.
That's for sure.
And firm up his hold on that second and advancing spot out in the water. So counting down, 2:15 remaining, and Aram Cabrera looking to
come back to the lineup, walking on the rocks, and we've got Matias Diaz on the next wave. Looking for a ram there. And a small invert there, but that was cool. I'm pretty sure that was landing. Let's see how the judge saw it, but that was landing, and then it's getting really shallow out there. Pretty tough, but yeah, that was a 6.17 for Iram, so he's gonna back to the lead, and let's see what the judge is gonna give to Matias Diaz invert.
All right, so situation change out in the water. Cabrera to first, Loureiro bump to second, waiting for that score from Diaz to drop. Was it enough to move him out of the third spot?
Maybe it was that wave. Not sure, I don't know. Let's see, but we have like a 2.5 here, and I can't remember the wave before from Matias, but maybe the judge didn't think it was landing that invert, and they gave him a 2.5.
Right now, I think the judges are deliberating on that last wave from Diaz. We saw back-to-back inverts from Cabrera and Diaz. Both of those guys looking to fight for that second spot. Cabrera's score enough to move him into the top spot. So now the question is, does Diaz score well enough to take second away from Heliton Loureiro? Or does he remain in the third position, come up a little short with seconds ticking away? So interesting to see how it pans out with seconds ticking away. And that's the situation out in the water right now. Cabrera moving up into that top spot on the strength of that invert, 6.17 from the judges. And Matias Diaz on in third.
Yeah, it's going to be close, but I'm pretty sure the last wave of Matias was at 2.5, because that invert was just actually landing, and then maybe a half second, and then that wave just throw him on the rocks. And yeah, the judge sometimes they want like a little bit more control on the landing, but I mean it was dry rocks there, so sorry for you, Matias, but yeah, you did great, man, and just try to give your best there, but it was tough.
So there, that looks like the final result. Adam Cabrera first, Heliton Loureiro second. So unfortunately, the Chilean, he is done. Matias Diaz with a solid performance here, but not quite enough in that heat to move on to the next round. Meanwhile, the horn is sounded underway out in the water. Chilean Alan Munoz against Kiahi Parker from Hawaii. And another Chilean, Sebastian Sieti. Sieti has looked good through round 1 and 2. And so there we have it. Munoz in red, Kiahi Parker in yellow, Sebastian Sieti in blue. We'll get things underway. And we're going to let Amaury step out of the booth real quick. Is there anybody you want to say thank you to, or the sponsor shout-outs before you head out of the booth?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks, everyone. Really stoked to be here in Chile. Thanks to my sponsors, Sniper Bodyboard, Agent 18. And yeah, good luck to all the riders in this round. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow for more action. And yeah, have a great day and enjoy this contest. See you. Woo!
All right. Thank you, Amaury. Always a pleasure to have you here in the booth. Appreciate your commentary. And enjoy the rest of your day, brother. All right, so again, just underway with Heat 2, Round 4. That last heat, it was Adam Cabrera and Heliton Loureiro. Moving on to Round 5. Now out in the water, Alan Munoz in red, Kiahi Parker in yellow, and Sebastian Sieti in blue. And Alan Munoz, as we were saying goodbye to Amaury Laverne, Alan Munoz getting things started with a 6.67. So one of the Chilean favorites striking first out in the water gets on the board with a 6.67 for the early lead. All right, so again, here in the early going of Heat 2, round 4, 3-man priority heats. This is an elimination round. Top 2 riders will advance on to round 5. The third man will call it a competition. So again, elimination heat. Up and riding on that wave, Kiahi Parker, the Hawaiian. Nice little roll there. So Kiahi getting on the board. Again, 3-man elimination heat. Priority system is in effect. Top 2 riders will advance on to the next round. Top 2 waves scored for each rider to determine who moves on. That's where we're at. We are powering through into round 4. We've already completed round 3, the non-elimination round. The riders here in round 4 finished 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in the last round. The top 2 guys will move on to meet the heat winners. There's the replay for Kiahi on that last wave. Solid wave for Kiahi. Gets started with a 4.83. He will look to build from there. Now we're just awaiting Sebastian Sietti to get on the board with his first wave. All right, and there we can see Tamade on camera once again. The event organizer jumping behind the camera to film the action out in the water. One thing you can always count on here at the Arica Chilean Challenge, Tamade is all over the place. That man does not stop during the event. And Glenn checking in with us one more time. Glenn, no worries. Glad to plug the Enel Challenge. Actually stoked to have Amari in here telling us a little bit about the event and looking forward to this year's edition. Again, the Enel Challenge specialty event in France. Stay tuned for all the latest news and updates on that. You can also check out Enel Challenge on Facebook. Be sure to like that page and follow along with all the updates. So there you can see a lot of people here on the beach following along with all of the live action in person out in the water here at El Gringo. Day 3 of competition at the 2014 APB Arica Chilean Challenge.
Priority 1 black, priority 2 red, priority 4, priority 3 yellow. Del team will be number 3. Cristian Fernández, hermano, gracias. Luciano, por favor. Acercarse a Rich Marshall. A ver, chicas, ¿qué dice las pancartas que tienen ahí? A ver, levántela para verla. One Direction. ¿No? A ver, levántala de nuevo para verla. Super Junior. Mira. Hannah Montana, no, pero como esa ya está, pero porno, esa, ¿cómo?
All right, and while we wait for the next round of waves to come through, some more people tuning in and hitting us up on Facebook. We've got Alwyn tuning in from Thailand. Also, Francesca from Cornwall in England, as well as Adrian Just coming to us from Cape Town, South Africa. Meanwhile, out in the water, Kiahi Parker, the young Hawaiian in yellow, up and riding. Quick little combo of maneuvers on the right-hander. So Kiahi looking to get his second wave on his scorecard. That's a 4.83 to start things off. And we'll see where this falls in. Kiahi Parker doing some work out in the water, getting things going. Here's the replay. Nice forward spin, and then ducks out as that wave was shutting down on him. So Kiahi Parker with a 5.33 on that last wave. So Kiahi Parker with the early lead. He has 2 waves on his scorecard, a 5.33 and a 4.83. So he holds the lead. Alan Munoz, meanwhile, a 6.67, needs a backup score. And Sebastian Sietti, looking to get on the board, still needs to get things going here at El Gringo in Heat 2, Round 4.
5.33. We're ready to begin now. Behind you is Alan Munoz from Chile. So for in red. Looking for 3.5 to be first. And then we have in fourth position the other Chilean bodyboarder, Mr. Sebastian Silva, looking for a 6.68 to be second. Priority 1, priority 2, red, priority 3, yellow, Chilean, color negro, Chilean, color rojo. Alan Munoz está segundo, color negro, atención Sebastián. Esta tercera necesita su 668 para ir al segundo lugar.
And here we have Kiahi Parker taking a look at this and going to duck out just as quick as that was about to shut down in front of him. So Kiahi Parker staying busy out there. The Hawaiian trying to stay on the move out there in the brisk Pacific waters of El Gringo right now. Like I've mentioned several times, a lot of these guys have been out there training in 4-3 full suits and then switching over to lighter, more flexible 3-2 fulls. So sacrificing a little warmth for more flexibility and maneuvering. And, so I know guys like Kiahi have mentioned how cold it is out there. These guys coming from warm water locations to the cooler waters here in Arica. And so a lot of them trying to stay on the move. Here you can see Kiahi Parker out the early lead, already has 3 waves under his belt and just trying to stay on the move, stay warm, and keep loose out there. Meanwhile, there you can see a solid crowd on the beach watching the action, up and riding out in the water. Sebastian Sietti getting on the board, comes out, rolls, lands mid-phase, combos it with the spin, and he will duck out there. So Sebastian getting on the board with his first wave of the heat. That'll get him started here in the second heat of round 4. Also, quick shout out to Christopher Camera tuning in from Long Island. Here's the replay of that last wave for Sebastian Sietti. Comes up, hits a really quick roll off of that section, combos it with the spin. So nice wave there. Sebastian with the barrel to roll the spin. Worthy of a 7.67 from the judges. So that's enough to move him ahead of Alan Munoz at the moment. So again, right now, Kiahi Parker in the lead, Sebastian Sietti in second, Alan Munoz in third. Parker already with a couple of scores. Alan Munoz still looking for a backup, as is Sebastian Sietti. So right now, the Chileans battling it out for that second spot with the Hawaiian holding the early lead. We have 13:30 remaining in this heat, and that's the situation out in the water. Parker first, Sietti second, Munoz third.
You see in the first position, Kiahi Parker. Second, black in third, red. Red is looking for a 1.01 to get the second position. Vamos a ver.
All right, so there you can see in the red jersey making his way to the water for the next heat, Christian Fernandez. Again, Christian, the highest finishing Chilean in the history of the Arica Chilean Challenge. He finished third in 2010, making his way to the water. And you could hear in the background the fans on the beach down below cheering him on. Meanwhile, out in the water with 10:15 remaining, Alan Munoz in the lead on the strength of a 6.67 and a 6.33. Sitting in that second spot, Kiahi Parker with a 4.83 and a 5.33. And meanwhile, Sebastian Sietti in the third position with a 7.67, looking to replace a 2.27 as a secondary score if he's going to give Kiahi Parker a challenge for that second spot.
Now the situation changed with the last score of red is in front, second yellow Yaki, giving a 7.68 to be first again. In third position we have black looking for a 2.5 to be second. Attention, 9 minutes remaining. Continuing priority. 1 black priority, 2 red priority, 3 yellow. Prioridad 1 negro, prioridad 2 rojo, prioridad 3 amarillo.
And here we have up and riding Kiahi Parker dropping into the left, gets a nice little barrel, comes out with the spit, snaps off the top. So nice wave there for Kiahi. We'll see if that helps improve his overall two-wave combined score. So Steve Action Jackson coming to you here in the booth on day 3 of competition here at the 2014 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. Right now out in the water, it's the Chilean Alan Munoz holding the lead over Kiahi Parker. And here's a look at Kiahi on that last wave. He scored a 5.83 for that effort. That's enough to strengthen his overall combined score. He now has a 5.83 and a 5.33 to work off of. He holds that second spot over Sebastian Sietti. Sietti with a 7.67, still looking to replace that 2.27, only needs a minimal score of a 3.50 right now to move ahead of Kiahi into that second spot. So Kiahi can't really get comfortable out there. He still needs to build on his scores and try and fend off Sebastian Sietti. But again, Alan Munoz currently in the lead. There you can see down on the beach, plenty of people gathered watching the event. We got plenty of people sitting on the seawall, filling up the bleachers, cruising around, hitting up the food trucks. It's all good here, and plenty of action out in the water. Kiahi Parker, whoa, big air roll spin, gets it around. So Kiahi Parker, and he combos it with a little side wave Rolo. So Kiahi Parker continuing to do work out in the water. We'll see if this helps strengthen that second spot or possibly even moves him back into the lead out in the water right now with about 6:15 remaining here in Heat 2, Round 4, and a 7.10. So here's a replay of that last wave, driving down the line. Boom, air roll, spin, and going, and here comes a little side bowl. He hits the roll. And there you have it, Kiahi Parker strengthening his hold on that second spot. Now Sebastian Sietti on the hunt for a 5.27 if he's going to take away that second spot from Kiahi. So Parker creating a little bit of distance, giving himself a little bit of padding, if you will. Looking to advance on. 5:35 remaining in this heat. And here we have split peak. Munoz going right. Sietti going left. Sietti ducks out. Nice air reverse. And he completes it. Whoa! Alan Munoz with the air reverse 360 off the end section on the right-hander. That's definitely going to help his score. That was a nice maneuver there from Munoz. Hopefully we'll be able to queue up a replay on that. That was one of the nicer maneuvers of the day. So we'll see how that registers with the judges. This is going to be a big score. And here's the replay. Munoz on the right, driving down the line, sets it up, looking for that end bowl, and boom, there it is. Air Revo comes out clean, and a 9.50. That's the second highest score of the day and the event. So there you have it. Munoz, 9.50, strengthens his hold on the lead. Now has a combined heat score of 16.17. And that pretty much speaks for itself, folks. So again, for those of you who missed it, Alan Munoz just scored a 9.50 for the air reverse off of the right bowl there, and taking control of this heat with just under 4 minutes remaining. Here's the replay. Just near perfect execution on that. And again, receives a 9.50 from the judges. So Alan Munoz in the driver's seat right now. So at this point, it seems like a battle for second place. Kiahi Parker with a 5.83 and a 7.10 holds the second spot. Sebastian Sietti in third, looking for a 5.27 right now to go along with his 7.67. So Kiahi Parker, Sebastian Sietti, they've got some work to do to kind of sort things out in the water right now. Meanwhile, Alan Munoz looking pretty stout. And here, Munoz taking a look at the left. Not done yet. 3 minutes remaining. And here we have Kiahi Parker up and riding on the right. Drops in, sets a speed line, driving. And not sure if he was going for the roll or the flip. It looked like he decided to go for the flip at the end, but had to punch through the whitewater, unable to complete the maneuver. He'll paddle back out and give it a go on the next one. Receives a 2.10 for his effort on that. Again, will not affect his overall combined heat total. So, as it stands right now, Alan Munoz in the lead again on the strength of a 9.50 and a 6.67. He has the lead out in the water, and it is Kiahi Parker currently in second, trying to hold off Sebastian Sietti. So right now, Sebastian looking for a 5.27, Kiahi looking to strengthen 5.83 as a secondary score. He has a 7.10 as a high score. That's the situation out in the water right now, just under the 2-minute mark here in this heat. And a quick look ahead coming up in the next heat. We have Christian Fernandez, Hermano Castro, and Eder Luciano, but up and riding. Sietti with a nice left-hander hits the roll. Will this be enough? Again, he needs a 5.27. He rides that all the way up onto the rocks. Less than a minute and a half remaining. Sietti needs a 5.27. Munoz holds the lead. Parker trying to hold off Sietti. Was it enough? Waiting for the score to drop. Again, he needed a 5.27. Here's a look at that last wave from Sebastian Sietti. A nice left-hander, kicks into it. Lots of open face. Hits the roll. solid maneuvering. He scores a 5.67 with less than a minute remaining. Now Kiahi Parker bumped the third, needs a 6.25. So situation change out in the water. Sieti to second on the strength of a 5.67. Kiahi Parker bumped to third. Now Parker needs a 6.25. Counting down, about 30 seconds remaining. And so all of a sudden, Parker goes from second and advancing to third spot on the outside looking in. He needs a pretty good score at this point. We'll see if anything comes in. Counting down. Final seconds. And there it is. Alan Munoz with the win on the strength of a 9.50. Sebastian Sieti with the last-minute comeback scores a 5.67 to take second away from Kiahi Parker. So the two Chilenos, they will be moving on. And unfortunately, Kiahi Parker, his day is done. But some last-moment heroics from Sebastian Sieti. So there it is. Munoz and Sieti will advance on to round 5. Meanwhile, underway out in the water in red, Christian Fernandez. In yellow, Hermano Castro, and in blue, Eder Luciano. So the Chilean against a pair of Brazilians out in the water. 25 minutes, top two waves will be scored. Top two riders will move on. Eder Luciano up and riding on the right. Rolls off of that section, still going, looking to combo it with another roll. And then he will kick out. So Eder Luciano getting things started with a pair of rolls. And the fans down on the beach pretty happy with the result of that last heat. Alan Munoz looking pretty solid, and Sieti coming from behind for the win. Split peak, red going right, yellow on the left. Not much for yellow on the left. And so a quick wave exchange there, waiting for all three scores to register. Again, Eder Luciano opened up with a pair of rolls on the right-hander, then split peak, Hermano Castro going left, Christian Fernandez. Here's the replay, looking at Christian Fernandez. Nice flip there off of the right-hander as it was closing out. So Christian Fernandez getting things started in strong fashion. Again, we'll give you a score update in a moment. 6.33 for Christian Fernandez. That has him in the lead at the moment, waiting for other scores to drop. 3.50 for Hermano Castro, and just waiting for Eder's scores to register, and it looks like Fernandez will get to the early lead. Opening wave exchange, Luciano up 5.00. Christian Fernandez a 6.33. Hermano Castro a 3.50. So the Chilean with the advantage takes the early lead with just under 23 minutes remaining in this 25-minute heat. There you can see down on the beach, Alan Munoz stoked after that last heat. Meanwhile, back out into the water, live action. Hermano Castro finds a barrel, gets spit out, and will kick out. So a nice little wave there for Hermano Castro. That'll give him his second score of the heat so far. So again, trying to catch up with Christian Fernandez, who scored a 6.33 on his first wave. Meanwhile, Eder Luciano with his second score. And some quick wave exchange out in the water there. Castro, Luciano both doing work. Fernandez with the early lead. There you can see the current heat leader out in the water, Christian Fernandez. But waiting for some scores to fill in. There may very well be a situation change once these scores register. All three riders getting secondary scores, so we could see a little bit of a shuffle out there. Minimal score for Christian Fernandez on his second wave of 1.43. He'll look to replace that sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, Hermano Castro with a 5.43. That's enough to move him into the top spot. Eder Luciano with a 3.0. That moves him into second. So Castro to first, Luciano to second, Fernandez to third. So each rider with 2 waves under their belt. So with just under 20 minutes remaining, still in the early going here in Heat 3, Round 4, Hermano Castro takes the lead. He has a 3.50 and a 5.43. He holds the lead. He is followed by Eder Luciano with a 5.0 and a 3.0. Meanwhile, Christian Fernandez opened things up with a 6.33. Currently has a 1.43 as a backup score, looking to replace that with something a little more solid. All right, so there you can see the competitors area, the banner there on the side, TamatiSurfShop.com. Tamati Surf Shop here in Chile. Be sure to check out TamatiSurfShop.com. The event organizer also with his own shop making things happen here in Arica. You can see plenty of people gathered in the competitors area watching the action out in the water as we slowly but steadily work our way through competition. This is day 3 of the 2014 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. Day 1, we ran round 1. Day 2, likewise, we ran round 2. Here on day 3, we've completed round 3 and gone into round 4, plugging along and working our way through the field here at El Gringo. Little quiet out in the water at the moment, a little bit of a lull, but looks like we might start seeing some swell lines rolling in. Let's see if it gives our competitors a chance at another wave exchange. We've seen all 3 riders go wave for wave, not once but twice, to give each of them a primary and a secondary score. Now it's a matter of building upon the scores they established in the first 2 rides. Again, at the moment, Hermano Castro in the lead with a 5.43, 3.50. Eder Luciano with scores of 5.0 and 3.0. And Christian Fernandez with a 6.33 to open things up. Followed that up with a 1.43, looking for something a little more substantial on his next wave. And here we have a wave ridden by Christian Fernandez, a 3.67. That's enough to bump him back into that top spot ahead of Hermano Castro. So Fernandez finding a little something to work on, enough to move him ahead of Castro back into the lead. So that's the situation out in the water right now. Fernandez first, Castro second, Luciano third. Eder Luciano looking for a 3.94 or better if he's going to move ahead of Hermano Castro and take that second and advancing spot. 15:30 remaining in the heat. And it looks like we have a set rolling in, up and riding. Eder Luciano on the left. And that's going to run off down the line. He'll duck out before it closes out on him. He will paddle back out. Just under 15 minutes remaining in the heat. And again, it's Christian Fernandez in the lead. Has a 6.33 and a backup score of a 3.67. You'll definitely want to replace that 3.67. Meanwhile, there you can see down on the beach, Louis Finnegan having his picture taken by one of the bodyboarding fans down there. You see a lot of that here in Chile. Autographs, photographs, the whole 9 yards. Almost celebrity status for bodyboarders here in Chile. It's amazing to see, and absolutely stoked to be here in the middle of it all for the first time. And there you can see Louis running back up to the contest structure, and the crew in the competitors area in front of the Tamati Surf Shop banner. Guys like Jacob Romero and Jared Houston hanging out in the next tower over. Meanwhile, back out in the water again. Riders waiting for waves to come through. Little slow in this heat. Each rider has 3 waves ridden, and at the moment it is the Chilean Christian Fernandez with the advantage, leading the heat. Hermano Castro sitting in that second and advancing spot ahead of Eder Luciano, who's on the hunt for a 3.94. Some more images coming to us from down on the ground. Plenty of people gathered here watching the event. It is quite literally a social scene down there.
Pueden ingresar a la website y van a ver que estamos saliendo contigo para todo el planeta. Y no solo vamos a empezar las bolas, sino también los tomamos a ustedes cuando están por ahí. Así que cuidado, los dolores en nada y todas esas cosas. Y pueden estar saliendo ahí con la tele, con la TV. Vamos a ver, atención.
And there you can see a couple of waves rolling in, going unridden, but it looks like we may have a taker for this one. All of the riders taking a look. Looks like a split peak, red on the right, yellow on the left. Hermano Castro driving through the barrel. And unable to find the exit on that one. So again, split peak on that wave. We saw Castro on the left, Fernandez on the right. Castro pulled into the barrel, was driving, looked like he might find a way out. Meanwhile, here's a look at the last wave for Christian Fernandez. Rolls off of the right-hander. So it looked like Christian Fernandez, the Chilean, getting the better of the exchange on that one. He will get a 5.33 for his efforts. That strengthens his secondary score. So now he has a combined heat score of 11.66 and the lead. Meanwhile, Hermano Castro remains in second. Eder Luciano currently in third, still looking for a 3.94.
Prioridad 1, Pedro. Prioridad 2, amarelo. Prioridad 3, rojo.
And there you can see getting ready to hit the water in the next heat on deck. We're going to see that man in the black jersey, Lucas Nogueira, going up against fellow Brazilian Israel Salas and the Moroccan Brahim Edosh. So Brahim, Israel, and Lucas coming up in the next heat. Meanwhile, out in the water, up and riding, Eder Luciano on the left. Little in and out barrel, punches the roll through the closeout section. So Eder Luciano looking to work his way back in. Only needed a 3.94. Was that wave enough? We'll see if he moves into the second spot. So again, waiting for scores to register. That should be enough for Eder Luciano, but again, waiting for that to be confirmed by the judges. We'll see if we have a situation change out in the water. And yes, a 6.33 for Eder Luciano. That's enough to move him into second ahead of Hermano Castro. That bumps Castro to third. He now needs a 5.91 or better if he's going to move back into that second spot and advance on to the next round. With 9 minutes and counting left in this heat. And joining me in the booth, Mike Stewart has returned.
Hello. How's it going, Steve?
Not too bad. How were the conditions out there for your heat this morning?
Yeah, it was, there were some really good ones, but you just had to be on them. I got out of rhythm and kind of was a victim of my own demise in that I just didn't get the right ones.
Now your employee seemed to have a pretty good heat out there.
Yeah, Tanner was really in rhythm and surfing great. Good to see him. Like I was in the channel when he got that 9, and I had priority, and I went on the first junk one, and then that one came. It was like, okay, I hope he makes this thing, because yeah, and he did. He rode it really well, so I was like really stoked. Yeah,
Tanner with one of the highest scores of not only the day but for the event as well. We've seen a few 9.67s, a 9.50, and then Tanner's 9.33, the third highest score of the event right now. Not bad for a kid.
Not bad. Actually quite good, I would say. It's ripping. It's good to see.
So, yeah, I was teasing him while he was in the booth about his age a little bit. And he's always getting referred to as, kid, Grom, the young Hawaiian.
Right.
As season, I was like, you know what? Maybe we'll cut the Grom stuff out when you hit 18.
Yeah.
But he's got.
Yeah, I guess he's got a couple years, right? Until
he's got a few more years of Grom status.
Yeah, he's got to pay his dues, just like we all did.
Yeah, part of the sport, part of wave riding. Everybody starts out as a Grom.
Oh, we got some beards on screen.
Wow, check that out! Full on Jacob Romero fan club down there.
Beard 1, beard 2, beard 3. What do you think?
I think the gray beard wins.
Yeah, I think in that scenario, Jacob might be feeling a little insecure with that those facial growths.
Oh, that's pretty epic. The Arica Chilean beard challenge down on the beach.
Oh, speaking of which, I just noticed on screen Steve's beard there is getting pretty thick. Actually, you've turned it back a little, haven't you?
I go groomed? Back and forth. I'll grow it out, then I'll shave it off, and then grow it back. I'm indecisive. Sometimes I'd rather just shave it off and start over again. My wife prefers me with the beard. But, the older I get, the more gray hairs start showing up, and I'm just like, wow, I'm getting old.
It's okay, man. Embrace it.
So, 39 years old, like we've joked around about previously. I don't quite bounce the same out in the water, and starting to show a little salt and pepper in the beard.
It's all good.
But meanwhile, showing off some talent out in the water, Christian Fernandez with the lead has a 6.33 and a 5.33, leading the way coming down to the 6-minute mark. It's Eder Luciano in that second position, with Castro following in third, looking for a 5.91. So we've seen some extended lulls out in the water. It's definitely making things a little more challenging, especially with the three-man priority and wave selection becoming so key.
Yeah, all the little things that happen out there, even when it's, in between waves like this, it's all jostling and like positioning, and, there's so much strategy involved. And it makes it really, it just makes it really competitive.
So there you can see, again, as we've been showing, lots of images down on the beach, plenty of people cruising around. You got the people with the front row seat sitting on the wall, the people in the bleacher sections, the people just kind of cruising around, hitting up the food trucks, and quite a scene down there. It's kind of
it's
like
pretty
the
cool.
ultimate hangout.
It is pretty cool. They have a really nice spread for all the competitors. They serve us breakfast here. There's like a really nice breakfast buffet that they just lay out for all the competitors. So for a bodyboarder, this is a pretty cool place to go. There's a lot of stoked Chileans that are just super stoked to see everyone. And then on top of that, the competitors are treated so well. And not to mention this wave out in front. This is what we're all here for, really, is this. The other stuff is gravy, but this is where it's at. And even when it's small like this, it just packs a serious punch. And, it moves in on this inner slab, and it's just super punchy and a pretty sick wave. So it would be a fun session no matter what. I mean, if you were to find this or come across this, if you're surfing day to day, it would be a fun session. And so that's kind of what we're looking at. Now, when you add the other competitors in there, obviously things change up. And here we go. Yellow looks like he got a little deep on that one. Sometimes, whoa, on the right, the red, going for broke. Right on the dry rocks, pretty much. Went for a big flip.
And that was Christian Fernandez in the red jersey, the Chilean, one of the local favorites. I've mentioned a couple of times, that man has the highest finish of any Chilean rider in the history of this event.
Oh, yeah.
With a third-place finish in
I remember
2010.
that. Yeah.
And here's a look at Christian Fernandez on the right-hander driving down the line on the right. Talk us through this, Mike.
Yeah, so that was, it looks like a replay, and that was basically Christian, looking for that section. I mean, the whole time that you're out there taking off on the right, it's like, okay, what's that inside section going to do? So the whole time you're trying to read it and trying to time it so that when you hit it at the right time. And it's pretty challenging to do it at just the right time, because depending on how big it moves or how big it is, it moves to different parts of the reef or the shelf. And here we go. It looks like Eder Luciano on this left, stalling. Nothing. So that's tough. Sometimes you'll take off thinking that a wave will form up, and if it doesn't, you're pretty bummed, because then you lose your priority, and it's, anyway.
Well, we've definitely seen throughout the course of competition today that the lefts have been more consistent, but every once in a while there is a good right-hander on offer. And honestly, I think more people might be a little more willing to take a shot on those right-handers after seeing that big air reverse from Alan Munoz that garnered a 9.50. So every once in a while, there is a nice little nugget over there on the right. It's just they're few and far between today.
Yeah, hard to find those, but when they come, they're pretty well set up for air sections.
And there's some more imagery from down on the beach. I love being in the middle of this. It's such a new experience for me, being here in Chile for the first time and experiencing, the large crowd and, everything from people looking for autographs to photographs and autographs. It's really cool to watch you guys in the mix with all of this and see how all you guys as professional bodyboarders deal with the extra spotlight here in Chile.
Yeah, it's cool. It's it just feels like you have an extended family everywhere you go, which is just awesome. And everyone's so friendly and nice, and you can't. There's Monet over there cruising in his rig, and I've known him since the first years I've been coming here. And he's the guy who actually found Rancio's. He's the guy who pioneered a break down the way here. Probably the next best. Well, probably the third best wave after this wave and El Buoy outside. So he's the guy that pioneered it and was one of the first bodyboarders out here even. So he's one of the old school riders.
All right, and taking a look back out in the water right now, seconds ticking away, coming down to the closing moments of this heat. And again, right now it's Christian Fernandez, so the Chilean in control, looking to advance out and win the heat. Currently, Eder Luciano in second. Hermano Castro on the outside looking in. To track down a 5.91.
Okay, looks like Christian.
And it's official. The horn has sounded. Christian Fernandez takes the win in Heat 3, Round 4. Eder Luciano also advancing out.
Please, competitors of the speak to stay by. Do not take anywhere, please. Hold.
So now we're just waiting the horn to start Heat 4, Round 4 in the water. We're going to see Brahim Badosh from Morocco joining a pair of Brazilians, Israel Salas and Lucas Nogueira. So just again waiting for the horn to sound to get things started for the next heat. And just plugging along today, we've already concluded Round 3, the non-elimination round, and gone into three-man heats here in Round 4. Three-man priority in effect. Elimination. Top two guys advance. Third man, he's done.
That's right. Okay, so it's kind of a cool format. The first one, you're always inspired to win a heat, but the fact that that it's a non-elimination, you can kind of you can approach it two different ways. But most guys just anyone in the contest is pretty competitive. They're going to want to win it, but if you don't, you always have that cushion, right? So that's kind of a nice thing. And then in this thing, you got a better than 50% chance of advancing. So it's kind of cool.
Well, it seems like there's two approaches you can take with the non-elimination round. You can go all out and just try and bust out moves that may not be super consistent with but might score big. Or you can kind of take the conservative approach and just feel your way through the heat. Because either way, whether you go for broke and you're not landing maneuvers or you're just playing conservative, you're still going to get another shot.
Yeah, that's right. Part of the trap in that too, though, is that if you don't apply yourself 100%, you will probably fall victim of that strategy a lot of times because everyone else is super hungry, and then you get knocked out, and I don't know, you just got to deal with that whole aspect of it. And then these other round, this next round here, this round 4, is it? Yeah, you can get, there's a distinct chance you get knocked in these too. I mean, it's not easy. The guys at this level are good enough that any one of them can really get all the way to the final or win the final maybe. And so, you have it's an uphill battle.
Now let me ask you this. Have you ever been in a contest where you've maybe taken a conservative or safe approach out in the water and ended up falling victim to that?
Yeah, a lot of times actually. Here we go though. Here's a first wave. Tweaking.
That was Salas tweaking that one.
Israel getting a little bit crazy with his back contortion on that one.
So Israel Salas getting things started here in Heat 4, Round 4. And we'll just wait for the score to register. But as you were saying...
as I was saying, most times if you don't really give it your 100%... Oh, here's a replay. Let's just watch this. So you can see him stalling there a little bit at the top of the wave. And look and see how he kind of... Well, that was pretty flashy. And so you can see how he kind of adjusted his line there on the way just to kind of time it so he could get up to the lip at the right time. And then as soon as he got up to the lip, he's just like, okay, I'm tweaking his crazy as I can get, and that was pretty wacky. So pretty wild invert. Let's see how the judges like that. It was flashy for sure, and pretty radical as well. And so should be a pretty good score for him. And so that is Israel, right? Oh.
Yes, Israel Salas out in the water in the yellow jersey, Brahim Edosh in red, and Lucas Noguera in black.
So Lucas, yeah, he's stoked. Getting some momentum here from the crowd. It's cool, huh?
The check-in for tomorrow will be 6:45 to start serving.
So, let's see here. So we're just still waiting for scores here on the computer of the first exchange.
And
you can see Lucas on that left, like he kind of really, gosh, he just had a closeout section, and he kind of scooped in on that and just couldn't get. That wave just did not materialize for him, and that's kind of a critical mistake if you think about it. You know, he's now in third priority. Now he's got to wait. So he either gets lucky and gets an inside one, or that's it. You know, so and I think I just heard from the head judge that the waves might be getting a little smaller, and so they might be stopping the event after this round, or after this heat. I'm sorry. After this heat, is that right?
We have received official word from Craig Haddon that this will be the last heat of the day. So this 25-minute heat will be the end of it for today. We will resume competition. Hopefully,
yeah. It looks like there's a swell behind this. I'm thinking it's going to come up tomorrow. I think tomorrow morning could be a little bit bigger, maybe. And if it is bigger and it's still glassy, they're going to for sure run it. So
yeah, hopefully
plan on it tomorrow.
We will pick things up and resume competition and continue on with round 4. But again, we have received official word. This will be the last heat of the day. So.
Yeah, and if it's not on tomorrow, then for sure the next day. I mean, this is Arica. This is El Gringo's, the most consistent break in the world. It doesn't go more than a couple days here without surf. I mean, this is pretty much as small as you'll see it. You know, most cases. I have seen it smaller than this, but I think maybe once or twice in the 10 years I've been coming here. So this is actually kind of rare that it's this size. So, yeah, we're expecting a number of good swells in the forecast. Yeah, everyone's really excited about the swells coming in. I know there's been some talk also about some blue bottles coming in. And
blue bottles.
Blue bottles. So there's a concern here. I'm not sure how experienced the people are here with the blue bottles, but first of all, I don't think they can get through the thick parts of your skin, at least from my experience, you know, living in Hawaii and getting stung as a kid. They won't get through your hands. They can get other parts of your skin. So the only places that we can really get it are the tops of our hands, maybe our necks, and our faces, I guess. But more than likely, they're saying a swarm of them, or I don't know what you'd call them, a herd. What would that be, a cluster?
Yeah, I guess
a gackle? What is it? What would blue bottle? Someone Facebook has said, the APB Facebook page, and let us know what a collection of blue bottles are called, so we can properly. But anyway, they're saying that that's coming, and so there's some discussion about you know, dealing with that whole thing and explaining to the officials here that it's totally contestable still. We surf with blue bottles all the time, and it's not an issue. So yeah, we might need everyone's help to kind of like get online and explain to the officials that we can still surf it, because I think it's going to be pretty good in the next couple days here. So the young Chileans, a lot of great, beautiful people here.
And Israel Salas up and riding.
So nice little
in and out.
In and out. Short wave. Looking for something else on this, but just not much there.
Salas scored a 5.67 on his first wave to get things started here in this heat. And here he is with a backup wave. Not going to be a big score, 3.0, but he is the first one with 2 scores. So he's out to the early lead here.
Nice flip here by Red. Brahim Adouche.
Getting
Yeah,
on the
nice, smooth, round flip. Okay, here's Lucas scooping in, trying to stall for that barrel, getting in the barrel, little spit, nice roll, extends it up there. Let's see if he can get something else packed in here. Oh, that's it. That was a good wave for Lucas.
Solid wave for Lucas there. The barrel, the roll.
Nice barrel combo, barrel to roll. That was sick.
So
good extension. Like you see him kind of climb up high on the lip and then just push off of it and got that extra boost.
Yeah, and he had nice arm extension on that. That was good, clean, textbook.
Yeah, here he is. See, from this angle, looks like he's pretty well in there. A little spit comes up right under that lip. Boom. Big extension. And sometimes you can get another little section there. You can see he was kind of looking for that, but in that case, it just kind of fizzled out into the keyhole. And coming into that keyhole is kind of nutty too. You don't. Sometimes it's hard to see it sometimes, and so what you're sometimes confused with is there's a little piece of dry section prior to that you get hung up on. And here's Brahim again, looking for the lip. What's he got? Nice.
Big flip.
Big flip. Now Brahim Adouche, he's notorious in smaller waves, but give him a little power and he just applies that same technique. Oh, deep barrel. No, just can't get through it. Yeah, it gets so hollow in there that it's hard to contend with that shocky sometimes.
Nice wave exchange there, nonetheless. Still waiting for some scores to fall into place, but looks like Lucas Nogueira is going to score well on his wave. Just looking at some preliminary scores filling in, and Brahim Adouche, a 9.33, so he's right there.
Massive. Look at this.
Here's the replay. Big flip off of the left section. And he's tied with Tanner now for third highest score of the event.
Well, that was a big flip. I guess you could say it for a single move. That was probably the biggest. You just witnessed probably the biggest single move yet in this event.
He had some good elevation on that and rewarded accordingly.
And Lucas Nogueira getting an 8 on his barrel to roll combo. So here's the competitor zone. You got Amaury, Pierre, Jacob in the back there, Louis, Kyahi in his warmth, trying to stay warm in the cold from Hawaii. It's a pretty nice little zone up there to watch the entire scene, including all the heats. And it's kind of interesting up there. Sometimes, you'll get sections. You'll get the Brazil section. You'll get the Australian section. You'll get the different sections. This year seems to be a little bit more homogenous up there. Everyone's just kind of intermixing, and it's a cool vibe. I noticed it seems everyone's like in a really good kind of frame of mind these days. So it's kind of cool to see. There's like everyone's just cruising and doing their own thing, and it's
definitely
refreshing.
Cool to see all the international riders mixing instead of just traveling in pack of Brazil, pack of Hawaiians.
Well, see, this to me, like these kinds of events are like what is so important for bodyboarding, because what you get here is you get an intermix of techniques and abilities, and so it's just such a great learning stage. You can come here and the synergy just envelops you with everything that's going on. Guys boosting Brahim, like that's not an approach that some guys might not take, myself included. Like I might not look at that wave the same way he did, but look what he got for it. He got an amazing wave. So these events so important like this, that it's just a mix of the best riders, and you learn so much from that, just in competing in these events.
It seems like the progression of the sport is helped a lot by the mixing of the international riders, their cultures, and
speaking of which, Alan Munoz down here in front. And I'm sure he's gained a lot from the riders coming here, and everyone's gained a lot from his riding too. This is a really good technical rider from Chile, arguably the best guy here and one of the top bodyboarders, on the planet.
I've been really impressed with the riding of Alan Munoz over the last several years, and he continues to improve. I mean, he comes into this event ranked 15th on the World Tour, and really only a couple of years ago, it didn't seem like there was going to be any Chilean riders qualifying for the World Tour, and then Alan was actually the first.
Yeah, he's really I think opened the door for a lot of Chileans, just saying, hey, he can do it, I can do it.
I know guys like Matias Diaz. I mean, he's only 19. He's from Iquique. He's another one to watch from Chile now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not.
Like the door.
The hotbeds aren't just, Hawaii, Australia, Brazil. They're expanding now. Canary Islands. There's good riders from all places that have decent waves in most cases, and you're seeing that more and more now on the tour. Guys coming from all over the place.
I had an interesting conversation with Jay Reel during Rio Bodyboarding International last year, and we were talking about how there are places that are producing incredible wave riding talent that 25 years ago you never even would have given a second thought to as a bodyboarding destination, or let alone a bodyboarding hotbed.
Yeah, and I think part of the problem with that is that we've kind of followed the surfers where they've been surfing, Like I always want to go to J-Bay, but that's not the best bodyboarding wave in South Africa. Here we go, Lucas up, driving through the ball, found a good end section.
Nice roll there.
Nice roll, played it safe, just racking up the scores, building his house, as Terry McKenna likes to put it.
Building his house brick by brick.
Yes.
Yes, and behind him on that was Brahim Ados pulling into a little bit of a closeout.
And up here we have the officials. You can see there's right behind the little white triangles there are the judges diligently doing their job. And we got a great judging panel here. Very international and very competent riders. Okay, here's the replay of Lucas. Okay, look at him. Just keep his eye on that end section. He sees it. He's just looking for it. Boom. Blast that section. So, yeah, maybe not. I think that thing came in on him a little faster than he wanted to. Had it been a little slower, he could have just gone maybe twice as high, because that end's got so much power in it. It'll just catapult you. Young Louis Finnegan and Jared Houston over there. We got the macro. Both these guys did not make it through the first round, and are probably. I don't think have they surfed yet. I don't think they've surfed yet. So I'm kind of stoked they're not running today, because it is a little smaller. I'm hoping for bigger waves, and there'll be some potentially some better wave riding opportunities in the coming days. So.
Yeah, we saw Jared Houston earlier today in round 3 competition against Jacob Romero, Ian Campbell, and Jorge Saavedra in round 3. Let's see. We're going to see them coming up later. Jared will be in Heat 6 against Alex Odronga and Michael Pascal in round 4 again, when we pick up where we left off with competition.
And here we go, up and riding. Israel, nice pocket. Oh, nice. Whoa. Okay, so, and he makes it. That was crazy. I don't think he did a complete rotation there. It's like he went up and then he was maybe.
It was like an air roll spin fakie.
Yeah, like I don't know if that was intentional or not. Maybe you can see it in another look at it. But basically, he went up to hit a big section, as similar to Brahim's wave, but. Looks like he got up pretty vertical and then didn't have the rotation to get around. And I tell you, when you're in those moves, you're always thinking in the back of your mind, making sure you can try to get it around before you get to those rocks, because if you're faced backwards and you end up there backwards, you're going to go right up the rocks. Those you see in the bottom of your screen there. And I've gone through that section a number of times, and it's not fun.
So again, on that last wave, Israel Salas getting caught up in his rotation mid-air, kind of had to bail. And there you can see again the competitors area, Louis Finnegan.
Ian Campbell up there on the right.
Ian has looked pretty strong thus far in competition. So again, here in round 4, we're seeing the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place finishers from round 3, the non-elimination round. So this will be the last heat of the day. When we resume competition, we will start things off with Heat 5 of round 4. Ian Campbell, yourself, and Jorge Saavedra.
Oh, great. I'm in the first heat. Lovely.
You will be in the first heat when competition resumes.
Okay, well, let's do this.
So
looks
you actually lucked out, because that would have kind of been a bummer if to have to kick you out of the booth to make you go get ready for your heat.
Yeah, that I don't mind that so much. But Yeah, it looks like Lucas got a 6.5 in his last wave. So he's got an 8 and a 6. I think that moves him in a pretty strong second. But he's pretty much comboed by Brahim at this point. He needs to get 2 new scores to beat Brahim. But he's solidly in second place, it looks like, with a 14.5. And on the other hand, looks like Israel needs probably, what, a 7? What does he need there? 7 something to get through?
Yeah, right now, Israel Salas bumped down to the 3rd spot by Lucas Nogueira. Needs a 7.68 or better if he's going to take that second and advancing spot and move forward. So there you have it. With 11 minutes remaining, Brahim Adosh in the lead on the strength of a 9.33 and a 6.67. Is a combined heat total of 16.0. Meanwhile, in second spot, Lucas Nogueira sitting on a 6.50 and an 8.0. He has that second and advancing spot, holding the advantage over Israel Salas. Israel looking for a 7.68 to improve his position.
10 minutes to go, plenty of time. Anyone can kind of take it from here. I mean, it's like shucks, and I think Ben's heat, he didn't catch a wave in the first 12 minutes. There's been long lulls, so 10 minutes is plenty time that this heat can completely change around. Brahim, however, with a 9.3, is sitting in a nice spot right now. So he can potentially better himself if he can. It's not without a possibility that he can just do exactly what he did on the last wave. The waves are coming in for those. And so he can strengthen his lead just by one more big boost. Lucas, on the other hand, if he gets that wave, he can get that and move to the lead with
takers on this one.
Yep, someone's paddling.
No go on that one. So again,
here we go.
Coming down,
Lucas up.
Last heat of the day and up and riding. Lucas Nogueira on the left. Big air rolls.
Oh!
Comes down under the lip and just unable to stick the maneuver. So
yeah, Lucas is
a elevation.
Yeah, that was
came down in the wrong spot.
Nice move, landed in the tail in the bottom of that wave, and it's just. Man, when you hit your landing that bottom of the whale, it's just so hard to come out. And lip landed in front of him, he couldn't get through. The rocks are right there. That sucks.
All right, and we have an answer to your question. Jorge De Jesus, Jason Kempschall, and David Kelly tuning in, letting us know Blue Bottles, aka Portuguese man of wars, would be called a swarm.
All right, I'd go with that. A swarm, just like a swarm of other types of.
Kind of
invertebrates,
like a
swarm of bees, a swarm of locust. I guess different types of swarms. I wonder what. That's interesting. A swarm of Portuguese man-o-war. Huh. Okay. Well, now I've learned something new now. Here we go. Brahim up. Let's see what he can do. Can he strengthen his thing? He's got a high line here. Up, trying to get in the barrel. Gets in the barrel a little bit. Rolls out of that hollow section of that wave.
And tried to duck out, but still kind of got sucked over and pushed back a little, trying to
Israeli
out of that impact zone in front of the reef.
Israel, deep barrel, comes out, looking for something else here. So you can see him kind of taking a double take there if you looked at the end of that. Like he's looking in, where's the rocks, where's the section, where's the rocks, where's the section? Not much section of that part of it. That's kind of where the deeper part in between that's like right on the left side of the keyhole there.
Never really got deep in the barrel, but still quick little in and out, peekaboo barrel, rolls, and nice wave there. And it looks like a 5.20 for Brahim on that one. Israel with a 7.0 on his last wave improves his situation, but again, still looking for a 7.51.
Oh, we have a little bit of a, it looks like maybe a little bit of a debate here as far as, not necessarily a debate, but another way to call a swarm of jellyfish or a group of jellyfish is, also I hear here from Jorge De Jesus, is a bloom. So I guess it would be like a bloom, like bacteria bloom, or not sure. Hey, Dave, nice to see you watching, brother. Nice and warm in Hawaii. Hawaii!
22nd with him.
Yeah, quick shout out to Dave Kelly. Dave just recently moved himself, didn't he?
Yep, he's over in Kona right now. My old stomping grounds. So he's loving it over there from what I hear. Yep. Okay, so this heat's winding down. We got 6 minutes left. So let's see. God, there's been some excellent scores. Israel's last wave, he got a 7. So that puts him in striking zone. In fact, I think, gosh, he's still just trailing, just barely trailing by less than a point. Or is that a point? About a point and a half to Lucas. So he's got a 7. He needs to better that. He only needs a, what does he need there?
Needs a 7.51 right now if he's going to jump ahead of Lucas for that second spot.
So that'll be his best score of this heat so far. So that's what he needs. Lucas holding on to a 6.5 and an 8. If he betters that, he'll put some distance between him. And if he gets a high, super high score, which he's totally capable of, he could even pass Brahim. So he'll need a nearly perfect ride though at that point. 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, time counting down definitely becoming a bit of a factor out there, but as we've seen time and time again in the world of bodyboarding, especially with a venue that breaks so close that it's easy to get back out into the lineup. You can easily get 2 new waves in a 5-minute stretch.
Yeah, we've seen that on a number of occasions. Okay, he wants this wave.
Israel up and running.
You know, problem is you get into that point where you really need to score and you start getting a little desperate in the heat. And you start taking off on just about anything you think could potentially be the score. Unfortunately, he fell victim to that whole idea and strategy. And so now he's got, you know, he needs a score more than anybody, and he's in third priority with 4 minutes to go.
Something I've noticed watching Israel Salas ride, both in international competitions and events back in Brazil, is he has a very aggressive style out in the water. He just goes after it from the start until the very end. And unfortunately, that was his last effort. A little bit of a lag on my clock here.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
Sorry, yeah, that was... but there you have it, Brahim Adosh taking the win. Lucas Nogueira advancing out as well. So we'll see those guys again in round 5. But that's basically a wrap for today.
Yeah,
we're
cool.
done with competition. We're going to call off.
Well, we still got 3 minutes on the heat according to our clock, so we're in a time warp to be here. And yeah, it's game on. You know, guys are getting in rhythm. You can see the stoke and everyone's being inspired. It's really good to see. You know, everyone's amped, myself included. It's like, okay, I know I got to step it up, and that's my plan.
All right. So with that said, we've just concluded competition for the day. We finished round 3. We went partway through round 4. We're going to put things on hold. We'll be on call again for tomorrow to see where things stand. So tune back in around 6:30, 7 o'clock local Arica time, and we'll see where things go from here. But as for today, we're done. In the booth, we've got 9-time world champion Mike Stewart. I'm Steve Action Jackson. We're out of here for today.
We'll start at 7 o'clock. Thank you very much. Always, it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Mike.
Everybody, we'll see you for sure
All good.
tomorrow. Thank you very much.